Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BI Livecast series. My name is Jamie Chow, and I am one of the content and community leads here at Brand Innovators. Welcome to Brand Innovators Kickoff Day 4. Today is really special because it is the last day of our kickoff series, and I am thrilled to be here to MC this event. We've got a phenomenal event with an awesome lineup of marketers coming to us virtually from companies like Vista, Activision Blizzard, JP Morgan Chase, Dentsu Media Americas, Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen, Lenovo, and Cadillac. We'd like to thank all of our marketers for taking their time to speak and present here today, and give a big shout out to our sponsors for helping make this event possible. And last but not least, we'd like to thank our audience for taking the time to tune in with us. Remember, we are live. If you're tuning in with us via Zoom, you can use the Q&A widget at the bottom of your screen to ask questions, and we'll get to them at the end of each session. You can also use the chat widget to connect with attendees and discuss the event in real time. With this, I'd love to welcome to the stage our first group of speakers. We have Ricky Engelberg, Chief Marketing Officer from Vista, and moderating the event will be Lance Wolder, Head of Client Strategy and Marketing from Pad Squad. Hello, welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I'll let you two take it away.
Great, thank you, Jamie. Thanks to Brand Innovators for setting us up today. I was really happy to be matched with Ricky. After doing some research about him, I think we're gonna have a good time getting to know each other. And this is the fourth and final day. It's morning. So Ricky, I hope you got your coffee. That's a little early for me. But I want to jump into it. The thing that I think is gonna be most interesting about the conversation is just, again, getting to know you. I really want to cover off on a couple key topics. Brand evolution, some of what you've been through at Vista, relationships over transactions was something that came out of our conversation previously. And then just your thoughts on innovation.
Cool.
But instead of starting with like all this typical stuff of like, tell me about your job and what you do now, I want to switch it up. So hit me with, what was your first job? Like the first job you ever had, high school, college, whatever that was. What did you do?
Yeah, I mean, first job is a relative thing. First of all, thanks to Brand Innovators for having me. Lance, great to be doing this with you. First job, and gosh, like data entry at the batting cages for video orders was basically like the first time I remember getting paid for something, or like selling baseball cards. But like first job that was probably on the record was working at a Dippin' Dots kiosk at the Altamont Mall. And followed by working at my college radio station and a 40-watt club in Athens, Georgia. Why I'm wearing my Georgia sweatshirt today to continue the celebration of Georgia winning the national championship.
Congratulations again.
Exciting time. I figure after this week I have to put it away. But yeah, I mean, working in that kiosk at Dippin' Dots was the first thing I put on my resume. But simultaneously, I also had some really fun projects I got pulled in for. The first projects I did for Nike were my summer after my senior year in high school, helped make media guides for the Nike Basketball All-America camp, and doing random like research on this crazy thing called the World Wide Web for them on various things. So lots of random jobs back then that were fun and interesting. But the first one where I felt I had to pay taxes was Dippin' Dots.
A harsh realization when you're in that teenage year, you think your check's going to be amazing, and then you get Uncle Sam. So you're like, oh.
Like Dippin' Dots, it shrunk down.
After consumption, it shrinks, right? Awesome. So, I mean, that's where you started. And I think in spirit of talking about our professional experiences, it's cool to think about, where did we all start? Mine was dusting furniture at a furniture store that sold like what I would consider an antique in my grandma's house now. And as a teenager, dusting furniture, not great.
Also not great if you have asthma.
So why did you end up in advertising and marketing? Was it that those early experiences with the brand? Was it, what led you to this part of the
Yeah,
professional industry?
um, I think it's something that's always been interesting to me. I mean, how you get people to find things that they want. I mean, very early on was incredibly inspired by a lot of the ads that Nike was making in that era. Things like Bono's that were speaking in the voice of athletes at the time, wanting Darryl Strawberry's high top cleats. And I think that notion of trying to understand, like, I've always kind of been a nerd for what's coming out, what's next, what's interesting. Enjoying movie trailers were some of my favorite parts of movies because it was what's next. And so I think it was just an early on passion of it, just understanding how systems work, how marketing works. And it's funny, I see it in our kids now, where we'll be sitting there and they'll be like, "So is that an official sponsor of this program?" Like, well, that's a really good question for an 8-year-old to want to know how marketing works. But then from there was whether it's marketing or advertising. I mean, I spent a lot of my time in digital product and experiences. It's always been about how do you go and shape awesome, incredibly interesting things in the future to help people solve problems in their life, help them find something that matches what they want. And I think early on, I've had a computer in my room since I was like 7 years old, and just understanding like everything was going to change in interesting ways because of computers and the internet, so on and so forth. And that journey has just kind of been there. And it's funny, like, I would say as I look back, it's not like, oh, I was a philosophy major and pivoted. It's always been something that's been interesting to me, is how do you help make things that are incredibly impactful in the world through the lens of product, experiences, communication. Has always been to me what helps define the world in a lot of ways.
No, that's really cool. It's funny because when I talk to a lot of people that join advertising as a career, they're always those people that, well, I studied philosophy, right? Like, and the bachelor's degree doesn't necessarily match up to the profession. And as somebody who studied and found your way there, I think it's awesome, and your passion for it is obvious. You've spent your nearly 2 decades at amazing brands like Nike and Converse. So what do you think is the work that really left the biggest impact? What do you think is that thing that sticks?
I think there's so many things that I look back on and go like, wow, that was really awesome. We did that. And I think so many of the things that at the time, I mean, we did the first in-game product placements in video games, convincing EA to put Nike shoes into NBA Live 2004. Those are some of the things where at the time didn't seem like a big deal, but you look back and you're like, oh, wow, that was a pretty big moment in the industry. It was inevitable, but still. And so I think as I look back at that, the 2 decades, there's so many projects I'm proud to be a part of. The one that timeliness now, like, it's the 10th anniversary this month of the Nike Plus Fuel Band launching. And it was a sketch on the whiteboard of 2 of our myself and my boss's whiteboard, and going from whiteboard to that thing being real and launching all of our digital sport products in this 2-year window, where it's something that was incredibly exciting, but really helped define the notion of what is the end in mind you're going for with that press play vision, and then how do you work backwards from there to get there? Is enter the destination into ways, and then the route is going to evolve, but the destination doesn't change. That's one of the biggest things I took into Vista, was what is our view of what the world will look like 3 years from now, from when I started. Like, where do we want to be in 3 years? And then how do we judge decisions we make against that? How do we become and double down on design? How do we double down on holistic solutions for small businesses? And then you get to opportunities where it's things like being able to advocate to our CEO and board of acquiring companies like 99 Designs or Crello, has become Vista Create, where it's about getting us closer and closer to that destination. And I look back at that time at Nike, and so many times it was about what is 3 years from now going to look like, and then how do we make those right choices to keep us on that, to accelerate us on that route to that destination. And really that digital sport timeframe, the launch of Nike Plus, or the acceleration of Nike Plus were some of the most exciting times of that at a scale scale and velocity that was just incredibly fun.
Yeah,
like, I ramble on forever on things. I was really lucky for 2 decades.
I mean, that sounds like a really fun time to be alive, quote unquote, right? Like it's just really building something that, you go into your career of advertising and marketing, you think I'm going to be digital, blah, blah, blah. And having a tangible product feels like something that sticks.
And I think it's an important thing that, like, career-wise, I think a lot of companies put distinctions of like, well, what is marketing? What is product? What is data? What is a user experience? But customers don't really care. It's what is this? Is there a thing that is going to make my life better, more interesting, happier, so on and so forth? And ultimately, that's the singular job of the company is to, can you make something that truly impacts a customer's life to the point where it becomes a relatively indispensable part of their life? And I think that's something where I think any advice I give to someone early on is like, careers are way less linear than you would probably have them perceived to be. Like, it's actually probably way more interesting if it's non-linear and jumping back and forth from aspects. It might, at some points, you'll have peers that go faster than you in one area than others. And at other points, you might take a turn that go, oh, that wasn't right. And you have to route back to another place. But I think career-wise, if someone's able to compile together a never-ending series of 2 to 3 interesting stops, or 2 to 3 year interesting stops, accumulating new skills, is only going to lead to more opportunities to create that impact over time versus progressing up one particular pipe that entire time.
100%. Yeah, I so agree with you. And those are the most interesting people to interview, right? As you're hiring. I know you're hiring right now. And what is that? Is that something you look for in a candidate when you're seeking something out? Somebody who has that variety of experience to do lots of things?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I always am looking for people that when you look at if you look at their resume, you see the things they've done. It's not just jobs, but it's truly things of impact that they've done. And I think, and the difference of it. I mean, like someone that went and launched the first fill in the blank, someone that was able to reinvent a 20-year-old business. Like, those are things. I was looking at someone from a content marketing background the other day. When you read the resume, you're just like, oh, wow, that person completely and totally changed this company's trajectory based upon their approach to how they did content creation. And you look at it, and it wasn't just word jargon, and it was just very tangible. They did that. They crushed that. And it was very obvious. And I think, to me, like, the more you're able to create things, the more opportunity it gives for teams. And I look at some of the work we've done with things like 99 Days of Design, where in the broadest sense, it was this notion of how do you connect with communities? Cool. I mean, we need to do that every single day. It's what we do. But 99 Days of Design was, hey, over the next 6 months, we're going to take 99 businesses around the world, find different media partners like Complex, 100 Thieves, Refinery 29, Beam from Claim of Stories, and help partner with them to choose 99 businesses to create new identities for them. We're going to develop all this new muscle for it, figure out all these new approaches to things. But in the end, the thing that everyone got to work on was like, we went and did this. It was 99 Days of Design. It wasn't community building. I mean, yeah, sure, it's community building, but it's this thing of, we did 99 Days of Design. And I think that's something where the more people are able to try to create things and it become these indispensable, repeatable franchises, the easier it is to see it as what you're working on, something that's going to be a truly impactful victory. And I think it's something where that previous at Nike does an amazing job of creating things that people care about over and over and over again. But I don't think that's something that's exclusive to putting a swoosh on something. I think every company has that opportunity to really truly create impactful, meaningful products, experiences, services, moments in time that become signature wins for people on their career journey.
Yeah, no, that's super cool. And you totally set up my question around the 99 Days of Design, because I think that's a really cool program. And as a company, your business largely, we didn't even get to that. We'll come back to that if you want to. But your business is such a purely digital business. So I think this concept of 99 Days of Design is really, really interesting. I'd love for you to expand on it for folks. But I think the question I had about that program is, you talked a little bit on our pre-call about democratizing amazing design for everyone.
Yep.
Right? And everyone is a really ambitious thing, right? Small business owners kind of everywhere, regardless of what they're about. And so when you build that type of program, how do you make sure it's inclusive and accessible to everyone?
Yeah, so taking a big step back. So I started at Vistaprint over 2 years ago at this point. Vistaprint's around 25 years old, and has been focused on helping small businesses around the world, 15 million plus customers a year. And when I started on the journey, so much of the journey was, well, how do we figure out, how does Vistaprint play a larger life in a small business owner's journey? That though it's great to be the printer, the reality is that there's so many potential needs a small business owner has to being successful. And one thing that every small business owner has or doesn't have is time. You're at your flower shop from 9 to 6. You close the door sign, and that's when you start learning how to grow your business, because you're just running your business day in, day out. A lot of you'll run into the electrician who the 30 minutes inside their truck at lunch is to grow their business window, because the rest of it is just driving to business day and is just appointment to appointment to appointment. So how do we become that partner that is able to really truly help small businesses grow their businesses? And a large part of that is removing as much friction as possible from that small business's life, but also giving them access to amazing services. And so really that journey was, how do we go from being Vistaprint to being Vista, the design and marketing partner for every small business that has these collection of signature services, be it Vistaprint, 99 Designs by Vista, Vista Create, our new partnership with Wix, Vista times Wix, that allows us to say, hey, no matter what type of small business you are, we're going to find you the right combination of Vistas to help achieve your goals. And something like 99 Days of Design was really one of our first forays into this notion of, how do we go to small businesses around the world and be able to say, let us be your partner. Let us be that agency-like partner that can help you with your goals, help you get the ideal logo for you, help you create a whole new identity if that's what you need, get your website in shape, get your materials in shape, and help tell your story. And I think the ability for us to try to continually give people both the confidence that these things can be accessible. Local graphic designer is great, but the intimidation level is fairly high for calling a local graphic designer to go and partner with them. It's an aspect of it's an intimidating profession, similar to talking to an architect. You're like, hey, I'd like to figure out how to renovate our something at our house. That's a fairly intimidating profession to make that first call on. So how do we begin to strip down that any intimidating walls that might exist from getting access to amazing designers? 99 Designs has 100,000 amazing designers around the world. But then it's also, how do you offer those consultative services, and how do you really truly be that partner to help these businesses understand what might have that impact? And that's where we've tapped into a lot of people internal at Vista to help partner with those companies. And then now it's for us, it's how do we scale those services and take those companies and turn them into ambassadors for us? In a lot of cases, it's not the person that's a year into having launched their bakery is the best person to give advice to someone that wants to go and start a bakery. And how do we facilitate those connections of advice of what makes the most sense, those curated recommendations and solutions? It's not just about us giving that advice, it's about helping the community help the community. And so we've started series of things like dinners. We've had dinners in the last 2 months in Miami, LA, New York, Boston, where it's just 20 different small businesses getting together and sharing advice to each other. And we hear quite often that it's a really lonely job being a small business owner. And I think the more we could do to help make that be this commingled community, the better off we'll be. And 99 Days of Design was that first big push for us into, how do we get people to understand this is incredible? Like, these services are great and they're just at your fingertips by using this. These things that used to be inaccessible are now accessible. And it's not just about buying the services, it's been about being part of that community afterwards.
Yeah. Man, that's so neat. I think that notion of going in and creating community, we talked about it in our prep call, but doing that as somebody who spent my whole career in digital, right? Everything I've done in terms of my advertising and marketing career spent digital. You think digital communities, forums, all these, different digital extensions. And I think that notion of getting closer to what the business owner is you're going through and saying it's hard out there. I don't know what I'm doing. It's intimidating. It's really special. I also think that 99 days of design piece of working with partners to be able to say, hey, like Complex, help me curate and find the businesses that really need that boost, that need the $15,000 grant to be able to refresh their identity and do those things. It fundamentally sounds awesome, but if you're giving up some of that to partners, is it actually harder, or did it actually make it easier?
I think, on any large effort, there's always things that are hard and some things are harder than you thought they'd be, and some things are easier than you thought they'd be. I think what we find is that it's a brick by brick building of the house. And there's always a choice. Think about it like we're on the highway and there's an exit 31A is the easy exit. And exit 31B might be a trickier exit. It doesn't mean 31A is better than 31B. It just means that there's occasionally things you have to figure out on 31B. And I think the ability for us to understand that, so I'll use the Boston Celtics as an example. We are the Celtics primary sponsor. They're the Jersey Board, a Jersey patch sponsor. They're an amazing partner. And for each home game, we have courtside signage that we use to celebrate the small business of the game. And they get honored, called out in the second quarter, awesome intro video for them. They celebrate on Instagram. There's a whole bunch of other things planned. But the ability to go and find those different small businesses in the New England area that are Vista customers that love the Celtics, celebrate them, champion them, develop their relationship with them, invite them to the game, invite them to dinner a few weeks later, put them in the ad we run at the Celtics game on Celtics broadcasts. Each of those are choices of us investing brick by brick in these relationships. And I think the thing with community building is it just takes time in a very positive way, but it's kind of like the compounding interest when someone's like, the best thing you could do at 23 is start saving, because $5 a day turns into $274,000 by the time you're 65. Like, community building takes time, but it really helps strengthen, in my opinion, that bridge, that foundation that allows so many other things to then be able to drive over. So the ability for people to take a leap on a new service we have, the ability for us to be able to, when we go on TV, someone goes, oh, I know Vista. When someone sees us in a search result, it's not them discovering for the first time that we exist. It's them going, oh, I've seen them through all these amazing things on Complex or Refinery. And so the ability for us to use community as this evergreen effort to build these incredibly strong bridges is a critical thing for us. But it's something you have to commit to and do every single day. Yeah. Again, that brick by brick relationship.
Yeah. So we have other marketers in the room, and I feel like that could be a tough sell internally, right? Like, you have any advice on that front? Because I can imagine you get that small business owner on the court and they're celebrated in lights. Like, you have an evangelist for life in that sense. But is that a tough sell internally?
I'm sure it is at some places. I've been really lucky to kind of try to navigate my career through places that care greatly about community. We had things like some of the things I'm most proud of, that like the ability when someone was able to get someone to cheer on their run in Nike Plus Running. You would post a run to Facebook, someone would hit like, and you would hear a cheer. Like, it went from something went from a whiteboard to like, holy wow, that worked. I remember we had debates where it'd be like, well, is it going to be annoying if you get more than 3 cheers in a run? And the first time we had a working prototype someone for a run, they're like, no, every time I heard a cheer, it felt awesome. The more cheers, the merrier. And the little postcards that will get sent at the end of the run, those are a different form of community, but it was a very digital community. Now you see people posting like their running year as it's just thing, that the little maps, and that to me is where community can take lots of forms. And so I think each company needs to figure out what is their form of community that makes sense. And in the reality, some companies it might not make complete sense for, but I think for anyone that is about a relationship and is about going from, again, this transactional relationship from items to solutions, to me, that those are things where it makes just total sense to have deep connections to community. I was talking to someone yesterday who some of our ambassadors in LA, they hopped on a Zoom last week with her and just help completely and totally shape some choices we need to make product wise in the future because of this, again, this passionate community. And so it's something where, again, I think the internal sale, I think a lot of it just comes into making sure people understand things take time. Like you have to have patience. And that if you think like opening a Discord group is going to change your company fundamentally in an hour and a half, it's not going to happen. But again, brick by brick, it creates a much more solid foundation than just trying to do a more of a light switch marketing of you only exist when you have media dollars that can be put on TV. It's like, oh, switch is flipped on. Cool, switch is flipped back off. And I think, again, that's for us, I would say trying to understand the scoreboard you're playing by as well is really important for seeing the power of community. And I think that's something that, again, as a company, the earlier you could get everyone aligned on the scoreboard that matters from a marketing standpoint, the easier it is to do to be able to invest in the right choices that makes sense to help move that scoreboard.
Yeah, track to where you want to go with it. Yeah, that's super cool. Great advice. Thank you for that.
Cool.
I want to switch. I made a joke. I'm like, on your LinkedIn it says you're Ricky 3.0, and so I ask you to put your futurist hat on, and change gears a little bit. A lot of the last 4 days of content on BI has been about 3.0. What is this going to look like? The metaverse, how does that play into things? And so specifically for you, how do you think this can evolve or support small businesses as this world changes? And, the phone that we know it today is going to be something very different in 5-7 years from now. So what do you think that looks like?
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like I need to preface that was one of the LinkedIn testimonials from like 2005. Lance was 2007 that Lance was referring to. So it wasn't me self-proclaiming that. But I think I'm someone that I have a very big belief that every single aspect of the internet and digital connections will change. I think what Web3 is inevitable. I look at things like DAOs and things like Links DAO or the Kraus House, which is trying to buy a basketball team, or just great NFT projects where they're able to raise a $4 million DAO to be able to, as a community, go in and figure out where they're going to invest in the future. And it's just inevitable that new business models will emerge. Smart contracts like NFTs will be there. You see things like what Gary Vaynerchuk's doing with Flying Fish Club, where it's just a completely different business model for a restaurant. It almost brings like a more Soho House-esque aspect, but also just the communities that you see in some projects. I mean, things like, obviously one of the larger ones, but like Bored Apes didn't exist 9 months ago. And whether or not it exists in the same form in 9 months, who knows? But the ability for passionate communities and incredibly impactful brands to emerge, it happens every day. And I would say it's something where the best thing for people to do is to go and immerse themselves in the future. I think back to when I was heading up experience innovation at Nike, we would organize very large sessions where all right, we're going to have the entire corporate leadership team spend 25 minutes in Second Life, or we'll have Oculus come in and show what Oculus is, or introduce what podcasting is, or we'll have, this is 2004, 2005, YouTube come and talk about what YouTube has done And the reality is what's important is to go, not because we need to change everything tomorrow, but to begin to get comfortable and understand what it actually means. And so again, I think back to like when connected products were happening. I was just speaking at something for GE at CES. Like the best thing everyone could do in that room is go and buy one connected product, set it up, see how much it sucks to set it up. But then in the end go, oh, wow, that's really convenient. Yeah, it's nice to be able to talk to something and have it turn off the light bulb, which then makes you understand why it's so inevitable for smart connected devices. And so I think for someone to go and swim in the lakes of friction is important for people to understand what the possibilities are. But I can also feel like I can't say to a coffee shop tomorrow, the thing you need is to drop a bunch of NFTs and completely and totally try to be on the bleeding edge of technology. But it's important for us to understand what that might mean a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now. And just because it's not going to change your respective company completely this year doesn't mean it's not going to 3 years from now. And I think, but also there's just an entire new world of small businesses that exist that are these NFT communities that are very much take the same characteristics of a small business that have different needs. And I think we have to be able to reflect and understand that. And so again, I think it's something where it's a constant, steady conversation, but I think sometimes timing is one of the things. I have had a few projects in my career that just failed miserably, not because they weren't awesome but because they were off by a couple of years. And it's ultimately, particularly with technology, and I think the stat was like, there's 985,000 active wallets on OpenSea last month. Like, you think about the number of people that have crypto wallets on Coinbase is like 65 million, and there's 1 billion daily active or monthly active users on TikTok. So in the grand scheme of things, there is a long way to go in mass adoption, but the inevitability of it is what will help. And the inevitability of it, I see, and the importance of people embracing that and discovering and really figuring out what it's 3 years from now look like for their respective industry is critical. So you don't get surprised and disrupted by it.
Totally. By the way, kudos to you for eloquently taking on the topic. And I think so many of people that are watching and my peers like, oh my gosh, I don't know the first thing about some of these NFTs and crypto. And they see things like the rebranding of Staples Center to crypto.com. And they're, whoa, this is crazy. And, my sister-in-law's like, well, maybe I should start buying cryptos. It's kind of a fascinating time and space. But to your point, it's a matter of time and inevitability. So finding ways to immerse yourself, I think, is a great tip. I think it's a really,
I can't stress enough. No one will ever regret investing and learning about the future.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a mic drop as far as futurism goes. Like, yep, that's it. Invest in the future. So because this is probably a dumb question, but as we're coming close to the close of this, I have a few rapid fire questions. And one of them is Nike. So Nike or Converse. Shoot, what are you going to wear this afternoon? What's going on? I'm obviously fans of both.
I love both of them. I mean, obviously Converse being part of Nike Inc. It was all one big happy family. I would say if I go and look at, I have a lot of shoes. The vast majority that I wear right now are from the Nike side of the family. But I still have a few, I still have some, I love a good pair of One Stars, but right now I end up in Nike Vomero, some Nike Lab Vomeros quite often as my daily go-to at this point.
Love it. And then Pad Squad's a mobile company. We're creative and mobile. That's what we're about. So I want to ask you a couple more rapid fire questions about your phone. Are you cool with this?
Of course.
All right. So grab your phone, unlock that thing, and tell us who's the last person you talked to on the phone.
Oh, good Lord. My mom. I'm talking about Wordle with her.
Specifically
saying that I was going to throw my phone out the window in anger at how difficult yesterday's Wordle was. For those who don't know, Wordle is sweeping the internet as the one word a day game where you have to guess a 5-letter word in 6 tries. And yesterday's word was very difficult.
And he He was going to throw out
That was
that phone.
my meaningful conversation with my mom was me calling her to say, this word sucks. I'm going to throw my phone out the window.
So now you know you need to go get the app and play the game. What about the last song you listened to? If you check out that.
Funny enough, actually, last song I listened to randomly was an album by the band Licorice from 1995 called Listening Cap. I used to put the kids to bed last night as they enjoy one of the songs from it.
That's awesome. Haven't heard it before. Check it out. Last picture you took. What do you got on that camera roll?
Hold on one second. Let me go to photos and check here. I participated in a post your first favorite thing earlier today on Instagram, which was a text messaging scavenger hunt from 2004 that we did. But the last photo I took was I bought chairs from the furniture brand Hem, and I really like the packaging. So I took pictures of each side of the packaging as a reference to share, to just keep, as I'm trying to cut down on keeping everything forever by taking pictures.
That's what you got to do. That's half of my camera roll. There it is.
Really nice product copy and descriptions of the high chair.
That's amazing.
Great chair, by the way, for anyone looking for a nice chair.
And I only have two more. Favorite social media app?
Twitter. I love them all. TikTok to me is less of a social media app and is more of just a new form of watching cooking videos. Instagram I enjoy, but Twitter is to me 2 hours a day of just, sometimes I find moments like watching the Georgia game the other night. It could have been more enjoyable watching it, co-viewing it with Twitter, watching memes emerge from Twitter, but also just in general, like the amount of Twitter threads that are, and I follow 5,000 people on Twitter, as I just think it's one of the best inventions ever.
I love it. So what was your last post on Twitter?
You know, it's funny, actually. I am a very aggressive retweeter. I rarely post original things. Give me 1 second to see what my last.
I'm hoping it's Web 3.0 so that all the people on the video can.
Yeah, I retweeted a thing from Bobby Hundreds. That's a 30-page Instagram story he had on NFT Web3 metaverse questions. I retweeted something on the new Netflix show Murderville. I'm going to find my last. My last tweet was commenting on that there was no fans at the UCLA Oregon game last night, which was crazy to see it like that at games again. And then before that was just a lot of tweets about or retweets on a bunch of things but a lot of tweets on Georgia winning the Natty.
And that's a perfect thing for you to be focused on. It's perfect.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome. I think we're at time, I think. So that was really awesome conversation. Thank you so much, Ricky. Thanks again. Brand Innovators and Jamie.
Oh, well, hey, Lance, thanks so much for having me. And thanks to the Brand Innovators team.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Fernando Machado, Chief Marketing Officer of Activision, giving a keynote presentation. All right, just joining in 1 second. Hi, Fernando. How's it going?
Hi. Oh. Now we sound.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll let you take it away.
How are you guys doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So I'll kick us off, okay? I think I have like 20 minutes, right?
Right, that is correct.
I'll try to stay on time. Good morning, everyone. I will probably project some slides and some videos, but I'll just kick us off, talking a little bit, and then I'll show you some slides. So it's a pleasure to be here again. Like I have been like a big fan and a partner of Brand Innovators for quite some time. I think that the first time I attended a Brand Innovators event was when I was still at Unilever. That's a long time ago. That was probably like back in 2010, 2011. So it's almost like 10 years, or getting very close to 10 years. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Fernando. I'm the CMO for Activision Blizzard King. I joined the company 1 year ago. I'm a big fan of gaming, you know, and I always wanted to, I always had the dream that one day I would work with gaming, and that dream is finally happening now. I spent a long time at Restaurant Brands International with Burger King, Tim Hortons, and Popeyes. And before that, I was in Unilever my whole career. So anyway, Gaming. I grew up playing video game. You know, like I had every single video game I can think of. Like from the Pong, like when I was very little, first video game I had, to like a Nintendo, to an Atari. Like I had every single thing, and I still have. And not just because I work for Activision, it's like just a passion of mine. With that said, gaming has changed a lot. You know, like gaming today is very different than what gaming was when the little Fernando was playing Mario in his room. I still remember like being in my room playing video game and having my mom scream from the kitchen, "Hey, dinner is served!" And then I would have to pause the game, go to the kitchen, have dinner, and then run back. "Mom, can I go? Can I go?" You know, like, and go back to my game. And today you cannot do that. You know, like you can't really like pause the game anymore. You know, like, and it's important to understand that. You know, gaming changed from being like something that you would play by yourself, or you play maybe like if a couple of friends are visiting you at your home, to a live event that helps you connect with others. You know, like today when I play Call of Duty or when I'm playing games, it's usually like playing online and I'm playing with my friends. Like we schedule to meet up in the game. So the games are actually more of like a social platform than just like a form of individual entertainment. And it's really important to understand that dynamic. You know, like gaming today really bring people together. So no wonder during the pandemic, the gaming industry accelerated even further, right? I mean, in a moment of isolation, gaming became even more relevant on people's life, like helping bring people together. The other thing that's interesting about gaming is that I remember telling my friends that I was moving from Burger King and Popeyes and Tim Hortons to Activision, and they were all very excited about it because most of them also play video game. Well, today it's hard to find someone that doesn't, which is another point on the presentation. But when I told them, they were like, "Oh my God, that's so cool. You know, like you're going to work with Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch. Those are all like amazing franchises." And they were like, and it's an industry that's growing a lot. It's going to be really big in the future. And I was like, guys, I mean, it's already ginormous, you know? And I asked them like, what do you think is bigger? Do you think the music industry is bigger or the video game industry is bigger? And they were like, of course it's music. And I'm like, what do you think it's bigger? Like the movie industry or gaming? And they were like, the movie industry. Well, gaming is bigger than movies and music combined. And when I told them that, they were like, "No, you're just saying that," but it is true. So that's another point which I think is relevant. You know, like, and it's kind of like the title of the presentation. Gaming today is much bigger than most people realize. Gaming today is very different than what it was when we were growing up, and many times, depending on like your interaction with game growing up, you may need to convince some of the senior leaders in your organization about that because they may be used to a very different way to play. And I think that the third point is, to me, that's really critical and important is the fact that today everyone is a gamer. Like we don't even use the word gamer like internally when I'm talking to people because it doesn't define people anymore. You know, it's almost like defining you based on the fact that you watch TV. No one does that, because everyone watches TV to some extent, right? And gaming is the same. Today, some people still have that image of a gamer locked on his basement, probably a dude like playing like something on his PC, and it's really not like that. You know, today everyone is a gamer. Anyway, that's my short intro, just to give you like a perspective on like what the presentation is about. Let me see if I can project here. There is always a back and forward, that classic awkward back and forward when you are trying to project. Give me just a second, and I'll try to make this work. I hope it's working. If the guys on the chat can just drop me a message saying like, yes, it's working, it's all good. That will make me like feel better. But anyway, let me flip the chart. so that's my intro that I just did, and I will just go through real quick. Thank you, chat people, very helpful. I'm glad you guys can see it. So this is just the size, it's way bigger than most people realize, and that's why, and that's probably helps explain why so many people want to partner with gaming properties and gaming companies. Like earlier today, and it's pretty early in LA, 7:45 a.m. here, but this is not even my first meeting. I was having a meeting with a large CPG company. We were discussing how we can partner together because they realize how large the industry is and how important it is and how they can leverage gaming to connect with people. This is, to me, is just some numbers around the fact that everyone is a gamer. The numbers are outrageously high. 75% of US households have at least one person that play video game, and that by itself already makes for a massive audience. This is one of our numbers. We launched Call of Duty Mobile. Call of Duty is our largest title, and we launched a mobile version of Call of Duty by around 2 years-ish ago, right? End of 2019. And Call of Duty Mobile in just 2 years has more than 500 million downloads. So imagine the reach that you can have. And think about Candy Crush. Candy Crush is another one of our franchises. Candy Crush has a total downloads of 4.3 billion. It's insane, and it has 255 million monthly active users. Monthly active users, people who play at least once during the period of the past 30 days, and those numbers are incredibly high. As a vision, as a company, we want to reach 1 billion monthly active users. Today, we're kind of halfway there. This is comparing some of our franchises with some of the most known franchises out there. And this is just the box office, right? Meaning the money that we made selling games or subscriptions of games versus the box office of some of these properties. And you have properties like Candy Crush or World of Warcraft or Call of Duty that stack higher than some of the most known entertainment properties out there. And the size and the number of people is just part of the story. The other part of the story is the amount of time that people are investing on gaming. And that's why I was saying that's really a social event, and not just a social event, it's kind of like a social network. People spend more time on video games than YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and that's just the reality today. And it's not just playing the games, but also watching. So for instance, just a personal story, my wife doesn't play Call of Duty. She does like gaming, but she likes other games more than COD. But she loves watching. When I'm playing campaign, which is kind of like a story, she does watch me play. And that's normal behavior. You know what I mean? Streaming is massive today. People really spend a lot of time not just playing, but also watching, following certain influencers that are very famous with certain groups, with certain games. That's very, very common. And just again, just some numbers for you guys to have some perspective. In 2021, global gaming live streaming audience, more than 700 million people. You have a massive number of YouTube creators and channels and hours watched. So that's becoming more and more and more important. If you've never been to Twitch, if you've never been to YouTube gaming, I strongly recommend you do so. So that you develop a basic knowledge of how those things work. Yeah, there is a question on, does gaming have a consumer profile across diverse age, income groups, or is it confined to a narrow, it's not confined to a narrow demographic or description. I have some charts coming on that, but, and that's one of the misconceptions that I think that gaming still has. People think that maybe it skews a little bit older. Some people feel that skews a little bit younger, but there is a view that there is a bias in terms of age. Some people believe that it's more male. It's not necessarily the case. I think there are titles that are more male. There are titles that are more female. Like there are different games for different target audience, but gaming as an industry ends up like really like reaching everyone. Esports, I always get questions on esports, so I always drop like 1 or 2 slides on esports. Esports continue to grow. You know, like it's today, it already stacks among like some of the largest sports properties out there. I would say that there is still a lot of room to grow even further. Like I think it probably will grow just like streaming has grown in this market. And it's a really good channel to reach younger demographics, you know, Gen Z. Like these folks are so hard to reach, and esports and streaming influencers in gaming can really help you. You know, that's a tip. Like if you are facing issues in terms of reaching that target audience. And to the point, the question that Raju, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, asked like on the chat. Gamers are everyone. You know, like I love this. There are just as many people age 50 plus and older playing game than those that are under 18. And there are more women playing games than teenage boys. And I like those stats because it's like, it goes against the misconception that some people have in terms of like a target audience. Yeah. Yeah, like, and it's a meaningful thing. You know, I play soccer in every Thursday when I'm in Miami. And I have friends that after soccer, they meet up in the metaverse to play Warzone, you know, like, and they are not alone, you know, like I connect with my friends when I play with a headset, I play talking with my squad. It really brings us together. It's almost like we are meeting in the metaverse, which is Warzone. These are just some stats around like around how social gaming really is. And I'm happy to share. I mean, I think that the Brand Innovators team will post the presentation later on. I'm going real quick here so that we have proper time for the Q&A and fireside chat at the end. The last thing that I want to touch on, and I think I still have some time to do that, is I wanted to show some of the work that we've done. You know, I'm really proud of like some of the projects that the team has done, and I think that when I show that, I will try to pull some of the trends that we are tapping into. And a word of advice to you, like if you are interested in gaming, if you think gaming can be an opportunity to partner with gaming companies and gaming franchises, the one thing that's worth doing is like really like try to immerse yourself and understand the franchise. You know, I see sometimes I have people who are really good and very strong coming to us and like to do a partnership. It's, the intentions are really positive and they're trying to do the right thing, but like it's kind of like they could do a better job in terms of understanding the franchise, understanding the community. You know, like the community of each game is somewhat different, and they're very passionate about the game. They're very passionate about the lore and like in the story and in the community itself. And you need to understand that. You know, like you can't not be doing the typical Sally advertising or those things that show that you may not fully understand that community. Those folks are very vocal. And they are very passionate about the community. I think I said that before. So you need to almost like be one of them to be able to talk to them in an authentic way. And I think it's very important. That point is like, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is for you to know the community, know the game before you even consider doing a partnership or doing a program targeting those folks. And when you do so, if you do the right way, in an authentic way, in a way that's adding value to the players of that particular franchise, you will be welcome, and they will give value to your brand and to your initiative. But it needs to be done a certain way. The 2 or 3 ideas that I want to share with you are ideas that I like because I think that they bridge the virtual world and the real world. You know, and I love when that happens. You know, I love when we do something that either brings the game to the real world or brings real people into the game. That crossover is only possible because of the level of technology that we have today. You know, like, and one of the projects that I'm most proud of that we did in 2021 was this project called like War Photographer. So we were launching the new Call of Duty title, which is called Vanguard. We launched it in November of last year. So it's a World War II title, and it's awesome graphics. We use a technology that's called photogrammetry, where we scan one-to-one the environments and bring to the game. And that's why everything is like so realistic. And we could have gone about it by doing like a boring explanation, talking about photogrammetry and how realistic it is, which is what I just did. But instead, we did this campaign. So I'll just play the campaign. I hope it plays well. Guys on the chat, like if you can just chat saying like, yeah, it's playing well when it starts playing. If it has sound, just to make sure, like, don't be shy. Okay, it's a 2-3 minute long. I don't want to like not play well and only realize at the end. So help me out here. So let me play this one.
In all the years that I've been covering conflict zones, I was in Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq.
The first time I was at Lebanon in a city called Tripoli. I moved to Jordan. That was super shocking to me.
I definitely think the Great Wars.
World War II would be fascinating.
I think that would be any journalist's dream.
We've created a virtual camera. It's like a portal into the game engine. Not only does it transcend them into the game engine, but back in time, as if they were a photographer there in the period.
Camera.
Thank you. Do you have a 50 mil I can use?
Yeah.
I felt like they were situations that I would normally capture.
I was impressed how kinetic the game was because everything is actually happening and moving around you.
It was really fascinating to be part of a type of battle that I've never been.
This is what war looks like. This is what conflict looks like. This is it. This is real.
So just like a very, very creative way to demonstrate technology and tap into like game becoming so real and the cross between the real world and the virtual world. Another example, let me see if I can flip this. Yeah, another example of something that we did that was incredibly successful was Candy Crush All-Stars. Candy Crush All-Stars is a Candy Crush competition. Yes, believe it or not, like we did it first in 2020, I think, in the UK. As an activation, and it was like really, really successful there, drove like massive levels of engagement. And then we said, well, let's replicate that and make it even bigger and do it in the US. And that's what we did towards like mid-end of last year. And again, super, super successful. And I'm saying that, and I'm sharing this one, and I'm particularly proud of this one because like it shows that even a simple formula, like a competition of Candy Crush, can engage the community, because it was done in a very Candy Crush way. You know, like we had Khloe Kardashian as the host of the competition. We had it was a competition that was very democratic. Like everyone could participate. You just needed to like play on the app during a certain period of time. And then we divided it per state, and like and the people that raced to the top, until we got to the finalists. And then the finalist was like a virtual event with people competing live, which was like really, really cool. So we had Khloe as a host. We had Doja Cat participating as like one of the stars that collaborated with us. We had Gronk participating. Here I have like some of the visuals of the campaign. So it feels very TikTok. It feels very Instagram-y, you know, like because that's the language of the brand, and that's the modern language that we wanted to have to be able to connect with our Candy Crush fans. And that's why it was so successful. Hopefully we'll continue to do more of that. You know, I love when we are able to find some sort of like repeatable model that we can do like every year. And I was like making it better every year. And hopefully we are going to find a creative way to bring All Stars back this year and make it even bigger and better. Another project that I liked, and that's a funny one, because like we have three divisions, right? We have Activision, we have Blizzard, and we have King. King is like the biggest game is Candy Crush. Activision, the biggest game is Call of Duty. And on Blizzard, we have games like World of Warcraft, Diablo, Overwatch, Hearthstone. We have like some really, really cool games. And the community of players for Blizzard, Blizzard is almost like a religion for players. You know, like I grew up like putting a massive value when that Blizzard logo comes on the game. I was always like super excited because I knew it would be a high quality game, a game that really puts players first, and that's pushing to foster a strong community around the titles. So on my first conversations with the Blizzard folks, they were like, well, we're not so sure about marketing, because they like marketing like sometimes doesn't understand the titles, or you're just like trying to do something that's very selly or promotional, which doesn't necessarily work so well with our fans. And they were absolutely right about that. Now, it happens that we have a really strong marketing team at Blizzard with people who are very passionate about the titles that we have. So like they wouldn't do that mistake, you know, like of coming and doing something that doesn't connect with the audience, something that's very selly or anything like that. So an example of how you can be creative and how you can do something that's authentic and something that connects with the fans, and that even the folks that are the developers of the game in the studio, in this case Blizzard, they become very passionate about. Is one of the projects I'm most proud of in that sense is this project that we did for Hearthstone. So Hearthstone is like a card game. It's like a card game, but it's very cerebral. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like like chess. You know, like it's funny because when we were talking about the brand or the franchise, we always talk about chess and how you have to think and how you have to really like it's a game that you have to think. It's not just like playing. It's like you need a strategy, right? So we are launching an expansion for Hearthstone, and we had to communicate that. And sure, like we did like the classic like trailer showing the game and all that, but we wanted to go above and beyond. So what we did, which was an awesome idea that came from BSSP, which is one of our agencies, and it was beautifully executed by Missing Pieces, which is a production company, was like, instead of just doing like the regular TV spot, we did a short documentary. And the short documentary was basically like we invited Gary Kasparov to learn Hearthstone and to play Hearthstone against an AI. You know, like I think that you may recall that back, I think it was 2009, Kasparov played Deep Blue, which was an IBM computer. And it was the first time that he lost a chess match ever. So we wanted him to have like his revenge playing Hearthstone, which he had to learn against an AI. And of course, there is a twist in the end, which I'm not going to reveal to you. Here, I'm going to play just 1 minute. It's a much longer piece, but just so you guys get the spirit of the documentary. It's online, so if you go to YouTube and you search Hearthstone Kasparov, you can probably see it's like a 7-8 minute piece. But here, I'll just play 1 minute for you.
Somehow, the human champion lost. It was a very bitter experience. I was angry. Not just because I lost to a computer. It was the first match I lost, period, against anyone. The cover of Newsweek, the brain's last stand, no pressure, yeah. If you put machine inside of this box and machine can go over and over playing against itself, then there's no chance that we can compete. I made a great sacrifice for the great good of humanity. What actually brought me into the Hearthstone game is that it will be more difficult for machine to actually master the game, and that will force even newcomers like myself an opportunity to win.
Gary Kasparov, one of the greatest.
So I would just stop there, and it was all real. We had like one of the main developers of the game teaching Gary how to play over a certain period of time. Then we had the match, and yes, there is a twist in the end, and it's like it's just a beautiful film. And to me, that's what we need to do more of. You know, like we need to do more of like authentic, creative pieces that bring the game to life in a way that triggers curiosity, triggers emotion, triggers like people connecting to each other, and that bridges gaming in the real world. So just to wrap it up, because I'm starting to get a bit late here, but I think still within the margin. So gaming is bigger than you think. Like, remember that, like, remember the comparison to music and movies. Gamers are everyone. I think it was a great question around demographics and segmentation that I got on the chat earlier. And the reality is that today, it's the reach of gaming is so broad that like some games are broader than others, but when you put all the portfolio together, you reach a pretty wide audience. Gaming truly engages its audience, you know, like not just playing, but also watching. Think about streaming, you know, like how can you tap into that? How can you tap into influencers? Many times in the past, I was not looking into that, to be honest, and it's really important, and it's getting bigger and bigger. Gaming is social, you know, like it's almost like a social network. You know, that's how people are really using the games, and game absorbs and creates culture. And that's why I like this gaming to reality and reality to gaming. And in order to unlock the opportunity, you need to understand the community and find authentic ways to connect with them and to add value to players. So that's all I had in terms of the keynote. And I'm glad we have some more time. I will leave the chat open here because even though it's a fireside chat, that's always a tongue twister. I will leave it open because if we get questions there, we can also touch on that. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time and for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about gaming.
Yeah, no, this was great. I know we had some of your colleagues yesterday on, and they also showed clips of tournaments, and I thought that was really fascinating. But this visually seeing the numbers was really great too. Yeah. Well, next up we have Fernando still, but we also have a moderator to come join us, Lauren Douglas, SVP of Marketing from Channel Factory, sorry. Give her 1 second.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi, Fernando.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Great. I'll let you guys take it away.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you, Jamie.
Perfect. Well, Fernando, first of all, I have to ask, did Gary beat the game?
You really want me to spoil?
No. I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, it's fun. You will like the ending, I would say.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining today. I mean, I guess I just, kind of wanted to start off with, obviously you made the switch last year to Activision Blizzard. You're there almost a year now. What have you learned in the past year, and any surprises?
Well, I've learned a lot, one of the reasons I decided to make the leap was the fact that I saw a huge opportunity to learn in an industry that I personally am very passionate about, and I'm learning about the business. I'm learning about how to, like, in the past, I've done a lot of many things that made brands connect with culture and things that were very entertaining. But I never worked on entertainment. You know what I'm saying? And here is it's basically like entertainment meets tech meets social, and they are great at doing things that cause an impact in culture, and learning how to do that in an efficient way, in a way that you can do every time, and it's something that's fascinating to me, it's a very different business too. You know what I mean? Like, I was selling burgers, and before that I was selling soap, and it's always a physical product, right? And here is all digital, and with that, performance marketing, growth marketing, the tech stack, and your first party data and CRM and all those things, they have a weight that's much greater than I had before on my previous job. So also learning that, like building my credibility with people internally in the company, even though I have a good track record, you always have to build your credibility. So there is a professional, personal challenge and journey, and it's just exciting to be on the gaming space.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was interesting as a marketer. Sometimes people use marketing as a dirty word. And when you were talking about Hearthstone and saying, well, we don't want it to be too marketing. We don't want it to be, because, we have this really engaged community. I thought it was really interesting how you were like, well, actually, this is marketing. Telling authentic stories is marketing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you obviously have, iconic franchises that sit underneath Activision, Blizzard, and King, and super engaged communities. So how do these passionate and engaged communities factor into your strategy as a marketer?
I think I always try to look. I think that first of all, I need to understand the game really well. And understand why people like playing that particular game, how the community behaves, what's the right tone of voice that resonates with them, and all that good stuff. If you're able to do that, I think that I was trying to put the player first, which is one of our values, and put yourself in the shoes of the player. I think it helps. It helps you create filters and a gaming common sense that you wouldn't have had you not spent time trying to understand them. So that's what I do. Of course, I don't play all the time all the games, because that's humanly impossible. But I definitely spend time playing and our top games, and talking to the community and reading what they are talking about in social. I spend more time on Twitter than I should, or Reddit. You know what I mean? To see how's the vibe and what they're talking about and what makes them tick, what they are talking about, and all that good stuff. But it's conceptually similar to what marketeers have to do, no matter which industry you are in, right? I mean, I work on face care at some point in my career, and I never used a face cream until that day. That's more than 20 years ago. And I had to do it, because I had to understand the language, the properties, the texture, like everything, you know, like and I think as a marketeer, the more you immerse yourself in the world of your consumer and of your product or your service, the better job you will do.
Sure, absolutely. Do you still use the face cream?
Not really. I use sunscreen.
Okay, there you go. Cool. Well, we're obviously moving into a new year, and sort of, I'm sure you've been planning your 2022 marketing strategy for a long time, but is there anything that you're particularly looking forward to this year for Activision Blizzard?
Yeah, like a couple of things, right? I think that I'm looking forward to doing things that will make an even bigger impact in culture.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I love when we do a campaign or when we do an initiative that becomes like unmissable. You know what I mean? Like wherever you go, you find someone talking about that, or whatever social media channel you go, people are going to be posting, talking, editing, and mixing, like, you know what I mean? Like what you did. And I think that in gaming, we have the responsibility of doing that even more so than I had in some of the previous brands that I worked on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like we were like, when I was working Burger King, Popeyes, Tim Hortons, Unilever, we are always trying to do things that will make the brand the talk of the town. Here, it's almost like a mandate. You know what I mean? Like
Sure.
because like the category is so hot, and you have such like a crazy in love community of players for that specific franchise, that like if you do things right, you should become the talk of the town. You know, like so that puts even more responsibility in terms of like the ideas that we want to pursue. I also like, and this is something that I was always very passionate about, and I did a lot of work around that on my previous job and the one before. But gaming still is an industry that would benefit of having more diversity. You know, like, so you asked me about business. That's not necessarily short-term P&L thing, but I also want to help not just Activision Blizzard, but like the industry that I'm in, do better when it comes to that. You know, like, so I'm very involved with the programs that we're building at Activision Blizzard. I am like one of the sponsors of the Latinx network in the company. Like I want to do more D&I related things and find better gender balance in the teams. Like I'll be pushing very hard on that agenda.
Awesome. And I guess it's probably internally and amongst all of the gamers, right? I mean, gaming is typically thought of as generally more male focused, although I'm sure that you have many games that cover, you know, that sort of are on the other side of that. But I imagine it's across your audiences as well. Yeah,
it depends on the game. Like there are some that are more than others, but like it's an opportunity, right? I mean, if you think about Call of Duty skews more male. But like if I have proper female representation on the team, and we're getting better and better at that, our GM for Call of Duty, she is on the business unit of Activision. She's female, very senior in the organization. The more we have representation, the more we will come up with ideas and projects that will attract more of the female audience, which is an opportunity to grow.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's not just like the right thing to do as a human being, but also good for the business. So, and I think that when we can marry those two things, you can create something that's sustainable and that the company can pursue. And that's one of my hopes here.
Cool. Well, just shifting gears a little bit, you sort of mentioned Call of Duty, the mobile game. And I know that there's obviously like hardware and tech and AR and VR. How are you thinking about like the merging of devices and sort of the proliferation of your brands across devices, like you said, with mobile versus like headsets versus hardware?
Yeah, I think that mobile is a huge opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Brazilian, like, penetration of smartphones in Brazil is probably like 100%.
Right.
Penetration of PS4s and PS5s is low. I don't think like it's not cheap to have a PC that's great for gaming. You know, like and even if you have the money, there are times that you cannot even find them because of the microchip shortage that we have. Like, good luck trying to buy a PlayStation 5. You need to go to StockX,
right,
buy one, and you're going to pay almost probably like double what Sony would charge otherwise. So I see mobile as a huge opportunity, you know, like to get more people connected, to get people who today don't have access to the game because they don't have a PC or they don't have a PlayStation. It can really like take some of our titles to completely like new heights in India, Brazil, China. You know, like if you have better mobile games, and like my iPhone is probably as powerful as a PS4. So we really can deliver great. Today we can deliver great quality gaming in the phone, and we are working to make sure that the experience is like seamless and fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for instance, we spend a lot of time discussing things such as, like, if someone is playing mobile versus someone who is playing on a PC, like let's make sure that the field of view is equivalent, that the guy who is on the PC doesn't benefit from having a lot, you know what I mean? Like, all these things are discussed internally, and for sure, like from my perspective, the best is when you have a great experience across. You almost make like less relevant in where you are playing, because then you are able to connect to more people, you know. And since people are leveraging the games to connect, that makes like the whole experience better for them.
right, absolutely. I mean, I was going to ask you as well, like workspaces and life spaces and social spaces are also kind of merging, especially, you know, in the pandemic environment where you're going to work and socialize and, you know, play games and do everything in the same space. Like, as a marketer, how do you think about that for Activision Blizzard, like the merging of all of those spaces? Is that sort of what you're saying, is like there should be a democratization across devices because people are sort of merging all of their life together?
I never thought about it that way. But yes, what you're saying is right. I always think about it as like being able to provide an entertaining experience, which also means connect to other people, wherever you go, wherever you are, you know, like, and the more we can make that experience a great experience in mobile, in PC, in console, like the more rich we will have, and like and the more connected people will be, and they want to be connected. So that's kind of like how I see it.
Cool. The last question, and then we can take a couple from the chat, and then wrap up, is metaverse. I know obviously with gaming, with VR there, and with the social nature of gaming itself, there's going to be a lot of conversations, I'm sure, in your world, and probably already are, about the metaverse. So any thoughts there, anything you can share with us, or anything that you're excited about?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't see metaverse as something necessarily new. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I think about, just to not talk about Call of Duty the whole time, but like, if you think about World of Warcraft, right? I mean, it has been around for years, and like, it's a subscription model, and you go to this world, you go to Azeroth, and it's like, you can be whoever you want to be, you know, like, and it's very much like the metaverse. You know, will it evolve to become even more real? Will it evolve to become even more immersive? I think as technology evolves, yes. But like the basic principles of metaverse, like Warzone in Call of Duty is a metaverse. World of Warcraft is a metaverse. Like they're all like Grand Theft Auto. It's not ours, but it is a metaverse. Fortnite is a metaverse. So
yeah,
all those, which is also not ours, but all those games, they've been even Sonic, I think it's about to launch an open world. So all those games, they are a version of metaverses, and they deliver against that. And as technology evolves, I think it will get even more immersive. I think a good movie to watch and an even better book to read is Ready Player One.
Oh yeah.
Like the book is way better than the movie, but the movie, like if you don't want to, like if you don't have the time to read, like watch the movie. And I think it paints, like to some extent, a good picture of what the future could be. Like I think the movie is like a couple of years old, but I look at that and it feels very much like what Facebook is talking about. You know what I mean? Like
definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so I have to watch the Gary Kasparov movie and Ready Player One. That's on my list.
Yeah, the Kasparov is easy. It's like 10 minutes.
Okay. Excellent. All right, we'll take one from the audience and then I think we can wrap up. So we have, if gaming is really emerging as entertainment, how can a brand start engaging with a game? Any basics or tips to start off?
Look, what I would do is like, I would first think like, okay, what's the target audience that I'm trying to reach, right? I mean, and have some sort of definition of that segment. The name of the movie is Ready Player One. I can even put it here on the chat. Ready Player One. I think it's Spielberg, maybe. I might be wrong about that.
It is.
Yeah. So I would first like, okay, I want to go after this target audience, like female, age, this from this, yeah, whatever. And then I would try to see what games do a good job reaching that target audience. Like and then I would try to understand the game and see why people are playing the game. And I would then try to understand how the community interact with each other, how the community interact with the game. Like, what do they value? Like, how can I add value to them? And then I would start thinking, ideating, like promotions, ideas, advertising that would connect with them in an authentic way. It's almost like you need to be part of the community to be able to talk to the community. And as a brand, I would try to add value to them so that they associate me to positive things, and so that's how I would go about it. I would do in a very strategic way. Yeah.
Excellent. Makes sense. All right. Well, thank you so much, Fernando. I really appreciate talking to you and you kind of giving us some tips and a little bit more of your story and what you've been doing at Activision. So thank you very much. And thanks, Brand Innovators.
No, thanks for the chat. It was super nice to talk. I could keep going on and on and on. Hopefully we'll be able to do this in person soon enough. Yes. And again, thanks, Brand Innovators, for all the work you guys do, like bringing the marketing community together, like always organizing awesome events. Like, it's always a pleasure to be part of this. You guys are family, so thanks for having me again.
Thank you. There's actually one last question. What's the biggest difference for you in moving from QSR to gaming?
Well, it's very different in the sense that like the whole thing is different. Like the type of influencing that I have to exercise here in gaming, I need to influence the studio who creates the game. I need to influence the company. On QSR, I had to influence the franchisees and I had to influence the company. The language to convince them about something is very different. Like in one, it's like native tech, right? I mean, like it's technology from the start, like in gaming. In QSR, we were working to do a digital transformation, you know what I mean? Like, and have loyalty programs, mobile apps, delivery, all things that like 10 years ago, there was no delivery for Burger King, for instance, like, and with the aggregators, Uber Eats, DoorDash, so we really need to invest on that. I think one has a physical product, you know, like which you consume. So the whole organization is structured in a certain way, key way, and like and product development, innovation. I find gaming, because it's entertainment, is even more creative in nature than QSR. Not that QSR is not creative, because like if you're working with food, you can also be super creative there. But on average, I find entertainment as an industry more creative than CPG and QSR. I could go on and on, you know, like, it's very different. Like there are many learnings that you can leverage from CPG and from QSR anywhere you go, because I think that they are really good marketing schools. So I leverage a lot of like what I've learned at, and I'm learning a lot here, which is the main reason why I made the switch.
Right, right. Well, thank you so much both
My
for
pleasure.
being here and taking the time out of your day. Have a great weekend and hope to see you back on again.
Thank you. You too, guys. Like, have a nice weekend.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. And next to the stage, we have Tanya Keenan, Executive Director, Freedom and Slate Credit Card Advertising and Media from JP Morgan Chase, and moderator Matt Merkin, Head of Industry, Finance, and Travel from Vox Media. Hi, Tanya.
Hi, Jamie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Yes, welcome. Hi,
Good.
Matt. How's it going?
Good morning. It's going well. How are you?
Good, good. Ready to get this panel discussion, this fireside chat discussion started?
Great. Yeah, let's do it. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks,
Yeah.
Brianna. Appreciate it. That was a fun conversation with Lauren and Fernando. Always great to hear about changing industries and the differences between different industries and how folks adapt. Tanya, it's great to see you. Happy Friday.
Great to see you too, Matt. I love that. I'm very curious to see how you transition from gaming to credit cards.
Yeah, well, I mean, the metaverse, right? It's all about the metaverse. Happy New Year, by the way. You know, it reminds me of a funny Curb. I don't know if you're a Curb Your Enthusiasm fan.
Yes.
There's a funny episode where Larry David talks about the statute of limitations on Happy New Year and whether or not, 2 weeks in here, we're allowed to say that. But I'll say it anyway. Happy New Year to you. Good to see you.
Same.
And yeah, welcome to day 4, the final day of the Brand Innovators 2022 Kickoff Summit. Thanks again to Brand Innovators for having us on today. Tanya and I are both super excited to be here. We plan to discuss a number of topics, including your role at Chase, of course, Tanya, the credit card portfolio that you manage, and important trends in the card subcategory as well that you're thinking about for 2022. We'll also talk a little bit about marketing strategy and how that's evolved over the last couple of years. Obviously, we've been living through a pandemic, so things have changed dramatically on that front. We'll also talk a little bit about your focus for 2022 related to media and advertising, given the sort of shift in media consumption that sort of continues unabated. So we'll cover a wide range of topics in the category. By way of introductions, just real quick, my name is Matt Merkin, Head of Industry for the Financial Services and Travel categories. Vox is home to 13 beloved brands, including The Verge, Eater, New York Mag, SB Nation. We're on the cusp of acquiring Group 9 Media later this quarter, which will bring additional scale across social and video in particular, as well as new capabilities to marketers like Tanya in even more impactful ways. So we've been lucky enough at Vox to support Freedom and Slate campaigns in the past, and I'm particularly honored to be sharing the screen today with you, Tanya. Your sort of role as was introduced, the Executive Director of Chase Freedom, Chase Slate, where you're responsible for a broad range of things, including advertising, media, and customer engagement. You've been at Chase for 2.5 years. Before that, I think you were at Capital One for about 7 years. You led their consumer bank brand team and helped to rethink the customer retail experience in store. You also spent a number of years on the agency side prior to jumping over to the client side, which is also a fun transition. Tell us a little bit about, as a sort of starting point, obviously our LinkedIn titles say one thing, but sort of what we do every day is a little bit of a different story sometimes. So tell us a little bit about sort of functionally what your role is at Chase and the sort of mass affluent card portfolio that you manage.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And again, thanks, Brand Innovators, for having me. Yeah, the title's a mouthful. So I think let's break it down a bit. Chase is a large matrixed organization. So I sit within the consumer and community banking team, and particularly on the branded card business. And as you mentioned, mass affluent. So that is our Chase Freedom card suite or cashback products, as well as non-rewards for Slate and Slate Edge. And my role is really to bridge between the business and the brand and the media and PR and social teams. So, what are sort of the business objectives and how do we translate those into media strategies? And then how are we analyzing and delivering on those? So like a common example could be meeting with our insights team, understanding customer data or consumer trends, and then how do we sort of tweak our advertising to kind of support that. The other thing that my team manages is our quarterly bonus category program. So for Freedom, internally we call it Freedom Classic, the original Freedom card, and Freedom Flex. There's a quarterly bonus category that customers can activate for an additional 5%. And so we think really hard about the categories that we're picking each quarter, and my team kind of manages the marketing comms for that program as well.
Got it. Thank you for that background. I mentioned in the opener that you spent some time at Capital One and ING actually before that, prior to the acquisition. And your responsibilities there were really focused on, again, the sort of in-store and consumer retail experience. Now that you're leading, this mass affluent portfolio at Chase for 2.5 years now, are there a lot of differences or maybe more similarities between the consumer in-bank experience and then the sort of card portfolio piece that you're doing now?
Yeah, I mean, it's all financial services. So I think, and it's all consumer facing. So I think that there's some commonalities there. I think, the products are different, and then our approaches are different. So, checking and savings. Well, first of all, money is just super emotional, right? So like customers and how they interact with money is like one of the most personal things. So I think that is a really interesting and exciting opportunity as a marketer. I think with checking and savings in particular, that's where that emotion really comes in a little bit stronger. Life stages, you're saving for a house, you're saving for whatever that milestone moment might be. And for cards, it's really meeting the consumers and customers like where they're spending and and they're getting super savvy, right? Like how are they maximizing their card to sort of earn the most rewards and the most points. So a bit more transactional in nature, but just as important because we're still talking about money. I think it's just you're going to see more product focused benefits, whereas there might be more of an emotional tug when it comes to banking.
Gotcha. That's helpful. And yeah, the sort of long-term range of savings and how you sort of plan your finances down the road, I could see that being a little bit more emotional and different than, to your point, the sort of transactional in the moment experience. I've been at Vox for 6 years. We've been fortunate enough to work with a number of brands in the category, yours, and competitive brands as well. We do a lot of work in the card category, and things have really changed quite a bit over the last number of years. And I would say even the last 2 years, maybe in particular, just again, given the pandemic. There's been a number of trends that I think have really sort of come to the fore and wanted to talk about those with you. I think a few that I've noticed, cashback cards are super popular. That's obviously right in your wheelhouse. I've been seeing more balanced transfer offers lately. That seems to be maybe back in vogue. I think redemption flexibility has been a really hot topic in the way that folks can redeem those points. And then I think consumers have asked for, and I think in a lot of respects received, more flexible reward options from banks like yours. What are some trends that are top of mind for you at Chase and maybe more broadly across the credit card category?
Yeah, I think we've just taken a bit of a step back because I think COVID and like the impact of COVID sort of on the industry is, I think, fueling some of the trends, we may be seeing a bit today. So not new news, but obviously COVID sort of shifted how people were spending. Like we were spending less, and then the categories in which we were spending, had shifted as well. People weren't traveling, they were dining out less, but grocery stores, at home, entertainment, streaming. I ordered a Peloton. I'm not the only one, like fitness equipment, at home gyms was certainly like popularity and rise. And I think the impact of that on the card industry is you saw a bit of a scale back. I think everybody was sort of reassessing the environment, and you didn't see as many new features coming out or different sort of card offerings. But what you did see is flexibility and like really the ability to pivot. So Chase Sapphire, for example, our premier travel and dining card, pivoted and to offer accelerators in sort of those everyday categories of grocery, dining, delivery services, streaming, all the key ones that I kind of mentioned. And so I think now that consumers are sort of, returning to spending, revenge spending, that's a common term we've been hearing, and even, traveling and dining out more, you're seeing sort of card companies trying to like capitalize on kind of that pent up demand. So I think that's sort of the impact that you're seeing in the environment today. We're seeing a lot of competitors, like the marketplace is more crowded than ever. You're seeing a ton of card accelerators, different categories. And I think that's trying to capitalize, honestly, on the consumer's sort of spend habits kind of increasing. And I think you mentioned rewards. I think consumers are just craving flexibility. Like I think COVID, again, kind of accelerated that, but it's always been there. Chase has Ultimate Rewards platform, which is phenomenal, and it gives consumers the options to redeem on not just cash back, but gift cards, or we have great partnerships where you can redeem your points on Amazon or Apple or PayPal as well. So I think just giving consumers and listening to what it is that they want and being able to deliver on that is some trends that we're going to continue to see into 2022.
Thanks. That's great. And yeah, you mentioned, Peloton and the home gym and fitness trend and travel too. Actually, I want to maybe double click, if you will, on travel. How are you thinking about travel for your card portfolio? I saw this morning that Expedia is going to be in the Super Bowl. They're going to be advertising their VRBO and sort of main Expedia property. I think there's obviously a little bit of sort of trepidation with Omicron across the country, but travel, certainly is back, I would say, in many respects, maybe not to pre-pandemic levels. But how are you thinking about travel right now in this moment in time?
Yeah, I mean, I think some fortitude on our part. So in 2020, we launched Freedom Flex, and we also enhanced some features on Freedom Unlimited, our marquee sort of cashback product. And one of the features we added was 5% cash back on travel purchased through Chase Ultimate Rewards. So I think, really giving consumers the ability to earn when they're booking travel, and then the redemption piece, like there's a whole travel portal within Ultimate Rewards where you can book travel. So I think even for a cashback card, we are definitely trying to make sure that our customers are spending, that we're delivering, value. And I would, be remiss not to mention also our 3% on dining and 3% on drugstores that we added to the card. Then that's on top of the 1 to 1.5% you're earning on everyday purchases. So I think, again, it's just that balance of, consumers are more savvy. They've got multiple cards in their wallet. How can we become their top spend, and across a broad variety of categories, including travel?
Yeah, I think the number of options that folks have today and consumers have is maybe more than it's ever been. Hit on sort of mobile devices and mobile apps a little bit. I feel like, again, over the last couple of years, the democratization of finance, the mobility, people picking up and moving, going to different places, like mobile devices are ever more important as it relates to personal finance and credit card usage. How do you think about mobile and sort of mobile apps, as you move forward here in 22?
Yeah, I mean, mobile banking is it, right? Like we just did a digital app study, and I think almost 75% of people surveyed said, they're checking in with their mobile banking app, once a week. So it's kind of critical to how, and an extension, honestly, of the card. And our mobile app isn't just, checking your balance. You can now monitor your credit. You can lock, unlock, security is something we've talked about. That's an important feature. You can, I mentioned this already, booking your travel through Ultimate Rewards. You can do so many variety of things that it really has become critical. And, we haven't talked about the advertising space yet, but I think also infusing it and showcasing like real life scenarios and how people are using the mobile apps. That might be pulling in our app to our ad campaign as well.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I'm excited to get into the advertising conversation. A couple more trends I'd love your POV on before we move from this part of the conversation. Competition in the category, as we said, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of choice. I think issuers, and correct me if I'm wrong from your perspective, they're sort of battling on card features, not pricing. And I think the consumer has benefited through that process. Do you think that trend continues in 22, battling on features versus pricing?
Yeah, I think, I think the lines have blurred for sure between what was traditionally like a cashback or a T&E, travel and entertainment card, or even a retail card. Like you're seeing, certain retailers, and then they're adding accelerated earn on purchases outside of their primary function. So you're really seeing that adaptability and flexibility, and making sure that we're meeting the customer where their needs are. So I think I mentioned the 5 on travel, 3 on dining and drugstores, and top of the everyday earn. Like that's just, I think, a great example of really competing on the value proposition of the card and the different features and the offers. And the industry is responding. So like hot off the presses, like we just got Nerd Wallets 2022, like best cashback card, and Wallet Hub as well, for Freedom Unlimited, best overall credit card. So I think it's really showcasing how great the product is, and I'm super proud of it, and the whole team so like great shout out and kudos. But I think we're just going to see continued new entrants, more features, accelerated earn, and to your point, like the customer is really the winner there.
Look at that breaking news here on Brand Innovators Day 4. Thanks for sharing that. Maybe one other big trend, which is obviously online shopping, the explosion of e-commerce. I think that sort of begs a lot of questions, but maybe for the purposes of time and brevity, let's talk about maybe security features. According to an eMarketer report from late 21, when consumers were asked to place a value on over 40 different features of cashback cards, getting an alert when one social security number was found on the internet was by far the most in-demand feature, which like surprised me a little bit, but then after I thought about it, it made a lot of sense. But wow, like security features, tell us a little bit about how you're future-proofing your card portfolio in that regard.
Yeah, the security is super important to us. I think, JP Morgan Chase serves over 60 million households. So like, it's not just important, it's, critical. And I think from a card perspective, we have zero liability protection, fraud alerts 24/7, we'll text, email, call you if we see any unusual activity. I mentioned the lock unlock feature within the mobile app or chase.com. If you temporarily misplace it, you can go ahead and lock that from a security perspective. So I think like the features are there and they're embedded in the product, and it's sort of core to what we do across all of the products. I think what you might see is more focus of that in some of the marketing efforts across the kind of card industry. Like everyone's seeing kind of that same report and trend. And we want to make sure that you mentioned the rise of e-commerce as well, that your card is sort of secure, whether you're doing at point of sale in a retail space or online. And I think we're going to see more messaging in that regards.
Great. That's super helpful to have that perspective. I'd say let's switch gears a little bit to focus on marketing strategy and execution. Obviously, as I mentioned, we've been, obviously living in a pandemic for a couple of years. It kind of coincides nicely with your time at Chase. I think you've been there for 2.5 years. We've now sort of at the 2-year mark. I'm curious how the pandemic's really affected your strategy in the card portfolio. I know you've talked before about the need for flexibility and optionality. So maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I think just to like not touch on stuff we've already talked about, like in I think 2 like unique areas. I think it's speed to market, one, and I think like ensuring the ads are relevant for the times would be another one. So regarding speed to market, in Q4 we launched our Freedom holiday campaign featuring our spokesperson Kevin Hart, but we also pulled in the iconic Catherine O'Hara, and there was a spoof where she was looking for Kevin in the shopping mall, but it's not the Kevin you would expect from the Home Alone ads. And that campaign was ideated, sold in conceptually, talent negotiated, licensing deal, on set, produced, edited, and in market in like end 2 months. Like that was like not heard of, pre-pandemic. And I just want to take the opportunity to just give a great shout out to the agency teams and our internal, brand and all the teams that kind of took took that sort of idea and ran with it. And so I think speed to market is something that is continuing and has shifted how we think about marketing. And then the other piece is like, again, relevant and making sure, and I say relevancy in a few different ways. I think the pandemic has kind of changed, obviously, like where we were homebound and where we had spent most of our time, but also just kind of a little bit of a shift in our mentality. So like, I'll give you a quick example. When we launched out the new unlimited card, you know, the original idea was to have Kevin Hart, you know, on set, but in these different scenarios, showcasing all the different ways that he's spending his card. He's dining out, he's traveling, you know, shopping in the drugstore. And then, you know, we were in the middle of a pandemic. So there's like the realities of like, how do we shoot this ad, one, in a safe environment? And then two, how do we make sure that we're not being insensitive, right, to the fact that people are not traveling and they're not necessarily dining out. So we pivoted the script a bit, and we had Kevin kind of announcing the new categories to his neighbors, but it was shot on set in one location and really limiting kind of the locations. And then our current campaign that's out now, as people are more getting out there more, you know, Omicron TBD, but like as we are out and about more, we can go back to showcasing like the different settings and point of sale locations. So just a quick example of how we do that. And then I mentioned like the mobile app and the ad, like we want to make sure we're being relevant to how people are using the product. Also tap to pay is another example. You'll see that in our ads. So just being like relevant to how consumers are using the products.
That's great. Yeah, the speed to market is an interesting one. I'd say us too, on our side, on the media side, the need for us to be flexible, agile, you know, allow marketers to shift dollars and spend based on what's happening in market is really important. So thanks for talking about that. Yeah, it's wild to think that, you know, commercial spots used to take maybe 6 months from start to finish. And now, to your point, I think you said 2 months. So yeah, big shout out to your team, both internally at Chase and your partners as well. You mentioned the Kevin Hart Home Alone campaign. Big fan. I love the parody with Catherine O'Hara. Let's talk about advertising and media, what you're focused on for 22. I think as I think about, you know, marketing for the upcoming year, you know, what I hear from the category is balancing brand and demand. You know, it's always been a struggle, but I think particularly in today's environment, how do you balance both of those in your campaigns to ensure you're delivering against each objective and meeting the KPIs of the business, while also being able to sort of measure success and ROAS as you go?
Yeah, you know, Freedom's always had omni-channel campaigns and full funnel, and I think that continues. And you know, it's just kind of smart marketing and being really understanding like where's the audience and what's the channel and what's the channel supposed to be doing to kind of deliver against the objective. So you know, let's just keep going on the holiday campaign example. You know, in our above the line, you know, our TV, connected TV, online video, those ads are more brand led. You know, it's tying into the nostalgia of Home Alone. It's more fun, you know, a little bit tying into the emotional piece. Because those are the channels that it's, you know, meant to do. It's meant to drive consideration, like as you're going out and to do your holiday shopping, to consider, you know, using your Freedom card. And in the lower funnels, it's more acquisition based. So we're hitting harder on those product RTBs. And that is, I think, just a kind of a smart approach to understanding, again, like the different channels and what they're supposed to be served for and making sure they work together. And then we introduced a new tagline, how do you cash back? And that's featured, you know, in the above the line and the below the line. So I think those are ways to kind of connect the two. And Kevin Hart as well, kind of as our spokesperson, and above the line and below the line. We actually tested, you know, below the line, non-Kevin versus Kevin work. And we are finding that Kevin is driving sort of more acquisitions, you know, slight nuances based on the channel, but that's a way to kind of test and learn into what's the harder hitting way to get people to your acquisitions landing page. So we think about it full funnel and use different approaches based on where people are in their conversion, you know, in the traditional marketing funnel.
Right. Would you say from a lower funnel or sort of mid to lower funnel perspective that, you know, programmatic digital media plays a bigger role, or would that be maybe, you know, misappropriate or inappropriate to say that?
Yeah, I think our hardest hitting sort of like if you're going to say performance marketing channels is, display and social. So those are ones that we really focus in on trying. And, affiliate retargeting, is another example. Like where are people sort of already in that consideration phase and how can we kind of convert them? So yeah, we definitely focus on those channels.
I obviously have seen the holiday ad. By the way, I love the "how do you cash back" tagline. I love the making that a verb. So kudos to you guys. I think that's smart and clever and hopefully successful for you. So I've seen the holiday ad. I'm a big sports fan. So of course I saw a lot of spots running for Chase Freedom and Kevin and the parody spot. Everyone's telling me TV's dead, Tanya. I'm not sure that's the case, but obviously there's been a shift in media consumption. We hit on it earlier, but would love for you to give us a little perspective on how you think about shifting media consumption. Obviously, the rise of streaming, online video, that's presumably impacting your media planning and the way you think about budget allocations. Tell us a little bit about how the shifts in media consumption in the last 12 to 18 months and then future shifts that you're anticipating will impact your planning process.
Yeah, I'm lucky, right? Like we have the luxury of being, a large card portfolio within a large organization. So I think when we're thinking about our budget allocations, it's a mass product. So broadcast TV does work well for us. It gives us the scale. You mentioned live sports, excuse me. That has also done well for us. I think broadcast TV is a great vehicle to capture sort of that active audience, and live sports is like the number one place to have active viewership. But it's all about balance too. Like we talked about some of the digital channels, like we've definitely increased our spend in CTV, connected TV and online video as a proportion of our overall channel mix. So that is something that we are actively working on. And I think from a creative perspective, something that we are considering now is like not just translating the broadcast TV ad into connected TV or online video. Like how are we actually potentially customizing the creative for those channels, understanding like how the viewership, can be and is in fact different. So I think those are some things we're thinking about. And I think, it's important to understand what's working and keep that as your baseline. And then I think test and learn into different things. Like I mentioned, the shift in the channel mix percentage. We haven't necessarily changed our channels. I think just where we're spending has potentially shifted a bit. I read a study about broadcast TV. I'm forgetting, I think it was Insider Intelligence, but the broadcast TV ad spend is expected to stay where it is. And I know CTV is expected to go up, but still the variance between the two is quite varied. So like the idea that you can capture, all of the sort of mass reach and connected TV, I think is not necessarily the case. So for us, it's really a combination.
You mentioned live sports. I think I saw an infographic on one of my newsletters recently, maybe last week, that demonstrated that 75 of the top 100 broadcasts last year from an audience perspective were live sports, and most of that was football. So that's really interesting and obviously makes sense for what you just shared. You mentioned different assets for different platforms. The idea of making a derivative asset from a TV spot and put it in on social maybe is going to be different going forward. Is that, do you mean from just like an asset length perspective, going from a 30 to a 15 to a 6? Or does that mean actually sort of creating net new assets based on the channel that you're looking to leverage?
Yeah, I think both, right? Like I think it's adhering to sort of the spec size, but I think it's also really thinking about the channel and how that customer is like consuming that, like social, you mentioned like most likely on a mobile device, like the formatting is different. They're scrolling, like that thumb stopping power within like the first 2 seconds is really critical. So I think like we are definitely thinking about different creative across different channels and how do you take that sort of campaign idea. And so it's kind of bridged and again, how do you cash back, like having that be kind of a consistent, but definitely thinking about different creative for different channels and then different channels altogether. Fernando was just on talking about gaming. Like that's something we definitely are, looking into, podcasts, the role of influencers. Like these are all sort of things for 2022. I think we're have our eye open and are looking at those things on the horizon too.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear, and I think great for the audience to hear as well. Just the way that you're thinking about advertising for 22 and some of the changes that are afoot. Are there any sort of big platforms or mediums like you mentioned? Podcasts. Curious if things like TikTok are going to be sort of more present for you this year. Like maybe what are the one or two platforms or mediums that are particularly sort of interesting to you?
Yeah, I think all of the above, to be honest. I think it's how do we kind of stay relevant and, flexible, like, which is, I think, going to be like the key word of this presentation, but like meeting consumers, like where they're consuming, their content and how do we insert ourselves. I think, the reality is though, we are financial services, we're a regulated company. So foray into sort of new channels, just takes us a bit longer than others potentially.
Okay, I'm going to double click on audio as we just received a question through the QA widget, which is, does Tanya have a POV on the importance of audio to consumers and as a result in the card channel mix? Any thoughts on radio versus streaming versus podcasts?
Yeah, I love that question. We definitely advertise in audio. I'm going to be totally transparent on this one. I think local radio for card is something that we are very interested in testing into. We see competitors doing it. We see our consumer banking team do it. So I think the balance of that, I think TBD, like that's something that is on our roadmap. I also think podcasts, we've tested our way into that. And particularly with the product launches, we'd had some success with that. I think host-read podcast where you can be, more personalized is better bang for your buck than just kind of running your audio ads, but that requires, more effort, more lift, more customization. So I think that's something we're also considering from like a balance perspective. But yeah, audio is definitely part of our plan.
I love your comment about local and local radio. Obviously, local news has been, in the news, no pun intended, quite a bit, and local radio being an effective means for you is great to hear. And I think host reads too, a little more personal. In fact, like I sort of think of radio and audio as maybe the original sort of native platform, right, for advertising, where like that host read and intimacy is really unique in that way. So thanks for taking a swing at that one from
Matt, real quick too, before you move on. I think the other thing is, like a holistic surround sound approach. So like we were talking about live sports and like whatever that might be, but like that's where you could really get some interesting extensions, both in, display, publisher content, podcasts. Like how do you kind of surround sound that topic? I think is something that is really interesting versus just like a straight up ad play during like a game, for example.
Yeah, I like that sort of multi-channel approach around a 10 pole there. Cool. Thanks for answering that particular question from the audience. I'll just we have got 8 minutes left. I'll just take a moment to, remind the audience to, drop any questions in the Q&A. We'll do our best to get to them. I do have maybe one more, sort of bigger, broader question as we look to wrap up here. I want to talk about maybe human capital for a moment. I feel like you can't go anywhere or consume any media these days without hearing about the great resignation. The competition for qualified talent, I think, is at an all-time high. We feel it here at Vox. I'm sure you feel it at Chase as well. I've noticed a number of financial services brands, including Chase, seeking to attract engineering and tech talent. I think at Vox Media, we sort of think of ourselves as a technology company at our core, which, we are. It powers our business. I think for you at Chase, probably very much feel the same way. JP Morgan Chase is effectively a technology organization at the sort of foundation. You mentioned you're servicing 60 million households. You've got to have your technology in order. So that the sort of race for talent, I'm curious how you think about that and the investments Chase is making in tech talent and how that manifests itself in the consumer experience for your business, specifically with cards.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, right? Like Chase definitely thinks like we are a tech company, for sure. The 60 million households is a fun fact. I mean, I think another one is like nearly 58 million digitally active customers. I already mentioned like 75%, mobile banking once a week. Like that is like the number one tool in which to interact and engage with our customers. So to not invest in tech and tech talent would be just like awful in terms of like how we are thinking forward and thinking strategically. You know, Chase spends $4 billion a year on technology. So the mobile app really allows you to do so much, and allows us to interact with our customers on, you know, such a frequent basis. So we're continuously trying to improve that experience. And in ensuring that we are delivering like the best value, whether that's, you know, checking your credit score through a credit journey, which you can do from your app, you know, the ultimate rewards, the booking, the travel, again, through the app. You know, we didn't talk about Chase Offers, which is like one of my favorite sort of e-commerce vehicles where you can activate certain merchants, and then as you sort of use your card, you get statement credits like all through the mobile app. So there's redeeming your rewards. You know, we were talking about like shopping at Amazon or Apple, like again through the app. So I just keep, you know, reiterating like through the app. So like tech is sort of critical, and you know, we're definitely hiring. So like check out, you know, our employment page.
Cool. That's great. Yeah, it's definitely been something that I've noticed quite a bit from the FinServe category broadly. So thanks for touching on that. We do have another question from the audience, which I love, which is coming from Public Good, which is a question about how you're thinking about activating marketing dollars against purpose initiatives. We actually did a campaign recently with Chase Sapphire to raise money for Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen. I know those types of initiatives broadly are really important to Chase as a brand. You want to hit on that? Maybe, I know we've got a couple of minutes left, but I'm curious your perspective on thinking about marketing dollars in relation to purpose-driven initiatives, minority-owned businesses, racial equality, things of that nature.
Yeah. You know, along with the pandemic, I think just like the DE&I, which has been so critical to Chase like all along, but just sort of the explosion on those types of initiatives across different industries and across different companies has been so impactful and so important in so many ways. You know, Chase is committed to investing $30 billion in sort of our communities and our DE&I initiatives, supporting, you know, small business owners, minority-owned small business owners, for example. And during the pandemic, like ensuring that people can kind of self-service all of their banking needs, again, like through the app. So I think Chase has a very strong philanthropic sort of connection. And I think you're just going to continue to see more of that. And we are heavily investing sort of in those sort of diversity and equity initiatives. So not unchanged and not unwavered from previous, but I think just spending more highlighting some of the efforts, I think, in most recent years as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm familiar with JP Morgan's second chance agenda and you know, public service utility as well there in terms of helping folks who have criminal backgrounds sort of re-enter the workforce. And I know, to your point, you know, Chase has done a lot across a number of philanthropic categories to support folks. So thanks for taking that question from the audience. We got a couple of minutes left. I'm curious, maybe as a closing question, anything that we can expect from your card portfolio that you want to share here that maybe we didn't hit on for 22, whether it's, you know, new products or new features or anything of that nature that we may have missed?
Yeah, I think like just, you know, we have some exciting stuff happening with Kevin Hart, who's going to continue as our spokesperson. We're super excited about the work that you know, we've established with him in the relationship. So I think, you know, more to come there. I think you know, ensuring relevancy of categories, more work to be done there, you know, making sure that we're delivering like the maximum value and, you know, being where consumers spend it the most. And, you know, the other thing, you know, we talked a little bit about shifting a little bit, but like we talked a little bit about attracting talent, and then we talked a little bit about DE&I. Like I'd be remiss about not mentioning just the internal like employee dedication to diversity and inclusion initiatives and making sure we've got you know, diverse talent and diverse team within the organization. And I just am so proud of being a JP Morgan Chase employee. Like I think that they've done a phenomenal job sort of on those initiatives, both on our core team as well as without, you know, throughout the organization. So I think just great stuff ahead, more competition, I think, to be expected. Things are certainly heating up, and we're just really proud of the work we're doing. And we know our customers are really excited about, our card and the value proposition. So thanks so much for having me, though. This was fantastic. And thanks for letting me go on and on a bit about how wonderful our card is.
No, well, I'm thrilled. I'm sad it's over, to be honest. I wish, we had a little bit more time, but it was great to see you again and connect on 2022. I want to thank Brand Innovators for the opportunity to talk about, credit cards and the category and trends that are impacting marketers today. We really appreciate your time, Tanya. I hope you have an amazing weekend, and Jamie, we'll throw it back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was such a great session learning more about JP Morgan Chase. Thank you again for taking the time to be here, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, for our next session, we have Doug Rosen, CEO of Dentsu Media Americas, and Jeremy RDD, Co-Chief Executive Officer from Teads. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Jamie. Hi, Doug.
Hey,
Jeremy.
All right.
Hey, Jamie. How you both?
Great. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to everyone.
All right, I'll let you guys take to it.
Great. Thank you, Jamie. Doug, it's great to be with you today and all the folks online in this new year, 2022. I know Dentsu's been leading the charge in a number of different areas in the industry, as we're in such a fast-moving landscape. It's yet kind of another inflection point maybe in the industry, and one of the areas that I know you and your organization have been very active in over the last couple of years now, I believe, is the area of attention. So I thought we would start with that as a topic for today, and if you could tell us a little bit more about how you've been leaning in and what you've understood from the work that you've done already on that topic.
Yeah, I think that the first thing to realize is how much we are under assault from attention. I just saw this morning, and the amount of viewership that is eroding away and slipping from traditional kind of ways that we watched video, which was more long format, to how we're all consuming now in scroll, shorter, more like less serial and more of the moment in the moment from a content standpoint is absolutely crazy. And what that means is like attention is just under assault. Like we are getting bombarded every day. I think the average consumer is getting anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 advertising messages a day. So what really matters is are people attentive? Are they paying attention? Forget ratings, forget everything else. And we can have a conversation, I'm sure, in a little bit about ratings. But we have to think about the fact that are we even making an impact? And one thing I always say is we know it ourselves, because everyone who's listening right now, how attentive are you to this conversation? Are you multitasking? How many windows do you have open? Are you looking at your phone that's right next to you? And that's just here in this. But then you take it over to your viewing. How many of you have skipped a commercial in the last 24 hours? How many of you are watching Netflix where there is no commercials? And so this notion of attention is something we all have to figure out, and not just how we plan, but actually can we trade and measure on that as well. So we've been embarked on this since 2019 was the first time that we started working on this. And we're now in wave 3, and Teads has been a good partner in a lot of the work we've done, where we're really trying to understand how and what is the impact of everything going on in media consumption with consumers around attention. How can we actually understand the value of advertising across different channels, across different devices, across different platforms, and what's the engagement that consumers have in all of this, and then how do we understand the attentiveness through that as well. And all of this, we're calling this idea around the attention economy as we look at it.
And Doug, I think you alluded to the fact that kind of trading, planning, and media buying on attention is something that you're actively working on. It's no small undertaking to change the primary currencies of our media ecosystem. How what challenges do you see in kind of moving the needle in that direction, and what do you think we need to do as an industry to get there?
Yeah, so first of all, you have to create a baseline. And so a lot of the initial work, we're at wave 3 or phase 3 of the work we've been doing since 19. And a lot of the initial work was really understanding across linear TV, in-feed social, pre-roll OTT, all the video, because we're right now we started in the video space, and what we wanted to do across the UK, US, and Australia to begin with was understand people's attention through a couple of different measurements. First is looking at screen data to understand actual people's viewability. The next is eye gaze data, measuring attention. And then we wanted to understand the advertising strength using sales uplift through an emulated model, a virtual store. And by bringing all this together, we start to understand what's kind of these baseline factors into attention. And there's media factors, and then there's meaning factors. Media factors are things like, is the unit in feed versus in stream? Is it forced viewing? What's the duration? How big is it? Is a little big thing? Like all of these more kind of media decisions, but the meaning ones are just as important. And this is where like some of the work that you guys helped us with around creative. What's the value of creative to somebody's attention? Another one is targeting. Like, so we think about, and as media practitioners, we make a lot of decisions around, is it this or is it that? Is it here or is it there? But the other important factors to attention is how good's the creative? What's the message? And who are you showing the message to? So we've understand the actual correlation of all of those, and now we can start to think about then how do we build better statistical models, and that's kind of the next step that we went into.
And in all of that work, are there areas that have been surprising to you, or counterintuitive based on some of the kind of commonly accepted wisdom in our industry, or is there something that seems like it's under not on people's radars enough?
Well, no, actually, I mean, yes and no, I'll say. The most critical factor to attention is creative. I think it's something like 17 or 18% of driving somebody's attention is based on the creative. But then you start getting into what I'll say common sense. Are you forcing the ad or not forcing the ad? That has a play on it. Is sound on or not? That has another place. So I think there's some elements in there where we've been able to codify that. I think the other really interesting thing is then we've moved this into a currency for buying, whereby, and we're just calling it right now, the effective attention CPM. So we're able to understand a normal CPM versus an EA CPM. And what's really interesting is if you look at one social platform, right? They charge more for in-stream versus in-feed. But the effective attention CPM is the inverse. So why would you pay if somebody's attention is different. Or for another media owner, they charge the same across a lot of their video products, but we know a few instances where attention is greater. So we're going to start to buy more of that and less of some of the other things. So we're able to start to now make decisions on this. And where we want to get to is where we can hold media owners accountable to the delivery against that attention CPM as we look at it.
That's great. I think in general, I tend not to be supportive of additional acronyms for our industry, but this is one I could definitely get behind. Well, I think the EA CPM is a great initiative.
And what I'll say is, I don't know if that's the right acronym because one thing, the reason we're calling it the attention economy is it needs to be an end-to-end. This needs to be something that is supported openly across the industry. And that's why we're working with every possible media owner we can as we think about this, as well as, measurement and other people in the ecosystem, because it can't just be, in this myopic view. If it's going to be something that we look at across the entire media economy.
And Doug, how do you think addressability plays into your efforts around attention?
Yeah, well, I mean, it just comes down to, I think, the notion of relevancy. And the better relevant the ad, theoretically, the more attentive the consumer will be to it. If I'm not in market, we know that is a mechanism to decrease attention. Again, pretty common sense if you think about it, but to actually have the quantification of what that is, and then to be able to attach all the work we're doing here to then our identity and addressable, platform M1 and all of that capability allows us then to start to think about how reaching the right person will also propel your attention as much as having the right creative and having the right kind of media decisioning.
And how are you guys guys and gals at Dentsu going about some of the challenges that addressability faces in with all of the data deprecation, which everyone on this Zoom will be very familiar with?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fortunate to have in my back corner Merkle, and they've been preparing and actually propagating the demise of a cookie as we move from less opaque, or very opaque kind of ways of understanding people to much more deterministic. So we are ready for a first party driven world. We believe that the cookie is not the perfect solution. Understand it was a solution that everyone drove towards. But as we look forward to where we are, I'm fortunate to have an identity platform that's connected to inventory decisions. So I can understand if an ad is served in one place by a specific individual, if it's viewed, if it's actioned upon, if it isn't, how then I can deliver another ad someplace else and truly get away from, undetermined to that deterministic delivery of advertising.
Interesting. Maybe let's come back to the topic of creative for a moment. I mean, you mentioned that it is a critical driving factor of attention. We're in an ecosystem that has become very, very focused on every cell in the Excel sheet or in the report or in the analytics. How do we, as a media ecosystem, reconcile those two things? And maybe curious to hear a little bit about how how Dentsu is structuring their approach to maybe a better marriage between creative and media.
Yeah, I mean, I think as an industry, one of the one of the biggest challenges, the pendulum has swung all the way to the precision approach, where we're all looking to optimize, and probably, over the last couple of years, as everyone's been forced to do that, because of the pressures around the pandemic, around limited, dollars, what it might be. We need to get from precision back to the art of persuasion, and how you balance those two together. A lot of times people talk about brand to demand, and I think what's really important is to talk about brand and demand. There's an interesting intersection at that moment of where brand and demand overlap, which is consideration. And I think the middle of the funnel, as we would think about it, is really where I think a lot of hearts and minds are won at once. And if you're too precise and just optimizing your lower funnel to the nth degree, you're going to miss the persuasion. At the same time, if you're too broad and just reach based, you're going to miss the conversion. So I think this growing need on middle funnel is really important for us as we think about how we then drive better consideration into intention.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Let's shift gears for a moment. There's a lot of conversation in the advertising space, the media space, and more broadly, also the technology space around the promise of the next iteration of the web 3, and whether that's metaverse for you or all the different variations and flavors that we're starting to see there. What is that? First of all, what does web 3 mean for you, and how are you trying to harness the potential for Dentsu and more broadly across the advertising landscape?
Yeah, I think everyone is talking about the pieces. I think it's important we talk about the broader change that's on us, right? Everyone's talking about the metaverse. Everyone's talking about NFTs. I think those are elements to a bigger change. And if you just step back and look at like what Web3 is, if you think about Web1 was .com, it's the late 90s, early 2000s, leading up to Web 2 being the invention of this, right? And how we have the power of all computing in our pocket. Web 3 really takes that power and decentralizes that. So you move from connected to mobile to decentral, in kind of this third wave, and from a advertising standpoint, and to stay with the P's, if we're moving from precision to persuasion, now we got to get to a bit of pioneering. And I think that's what's going to be the best thing about what Web3 is going to force us all to do is get back to some of that pioneering roots that we saw in 2007 and 8, where, some of the greatest marketing was happening at that time, or some of the early kind of 2000s when everyone was trying to figure out, building their first websites or doing some of their first digital advertising. The pioneering spirit of what we'll do in some of these places and spaces, I think are really interesting for me. In the end, I think what Web3 will allow us to do is, and this is a line I've been using, is like, we've been talking a lot about how you get consumers to become members, but now how do you get members to become owners? Owners of your business, owners of your brand. And that's really what a decentralized mentality will allow us to do.
And I think, I think the spirit of pioneering, as you put it, is really what's needed when we have new technologies. How do you see kind of your most forward-thinking clients tolerate that pioneering spirit at a time where, as you've been saying, precision and optimization is really what's demanded? And how is it is it a talent thing? Is it a kind of company culture to allow for people to make mistakes, because mistakes come along with pioneering. How should folks be thinking about taking, in some cases, a leap of faith into something that's new for them, like what we're seeing with Web3?
Yeah, I don't think it's blind innovation. I think what's really important is intentionality, and that any innovation should be based on a very well articulated test and learn program. There needs to be KPIs, benchmarks, expected outcomes, and also expected returns. The expected return might just be to get a baseline for how we improve on that baseline. Or it could be business value back to the organization in some capacity. But there needs to be a reason to do it. I think one of the things that we're seeing right now, which is consistent with other innovative time periods, is people just doing for the sake of doing. And that feels a lot like shiny object syndrome, where, and we've seen this before, and we'll see it again. But I think the most important and most successful way of dealing with innovation is in a much more intentional way, having a blueprint for why are you doing this, not just doing to do.
Yeah, I think that that will certainly resonate with a lot of folks, and it's a real interesting opportunity also from not just an advertising standpoint, but in terms of how content is created and how content is distributed. I think one of Web3's sort of ideals or promises is more of a decentralized internet, and it'd be really interesting to see how content gets created and distributed in that world.
And who owns the content,
yeah.
Right? Like, so, we've got some things going on around, can consumers own certain elements of branded content, and do that leveraging the blockchain, and thereby, they're betting on the brand in the future now. So we've got some tests going on in different markets around the world around that. On the other end, all of this call for transparency in the media supply chain is another area where Web3 can come in, and how we're thinking about, general ledgers to allow for an open understanding of media transparency. So we've got actually a couple of pilots on that going right now. So I think it's all of these are all, again, things that get me excited about where things are going, as we think about the fact that we're just at the beginning. I don't even know if we're even there truly in this new era of Web3.
Yeah, I think when we were catching up ahead of this, you mentioned the level of control that consumers will have, and consumers being in control. I think it's a really interesting change in paradigms.
No, I mean, it's true. Like, everyone here has probably talked about, the consumer's in control, in a decentralized web or world. Even, it's not just web, but in a decentralized world, they will truly be in control. Not just like, philosophically in control.
Yeah. So speaking of, areas where there's been maybe a shift in paradigms, work and the future of work is clearly one of those areas. I think everyone across the industry, as we were talking about, is really keen to continue comparing notes as the world continues to evolve, and company expectations, employee expectations evolve as well. What are some of your thoughts around kind of most critical areas for companies to be thinking about, and for people to be thinking about, in terms of how the future of work will continue to shape up?
Yeah, I mean, one, there's been no manual or Harvard Business Review kind of case. There's going to be 1,000 now.
Yeah.
But up until now, there's been no manual. So I think we've all been trying to do our best. at managing through all of the ups, downs, left, rights. And just when you think you have it figured out, a new variant and a new wave and new protocols enter the mind. And so for us, it's all about one word, and that's flexibility. I don't think we're going back ever to how we used to work. And I don't think we should. I think that there is incredible benefit in the way we are able to work now. I think what we are embracing a fully flexible work model, where if people want to come into the office because it's productive and conducive for them, they should be able to do that. If it's more productive for them to work from home, then that should be a factor that they can take advantage of as well. I think what we're trying to focus on is there are some tasks, there are some opportunities where people are best together. What are those? And then for somebody who might not want to be together or might not be able to be, how do we facilitate a hybrid ability for that individual who's not there? And what this allows us to do is now think about different types of people who can work, where people can work. And this notion of radical teaming and collaboration allows us to be much more flexible versus, you need to be in the office these days with this group. And so we're building teams based on, input from different geographies, and not just in the United States, but now teams can exist, in a much more virtual and broader environment as well. So it allows us to be, I think, much more reflective of where society is going, much more global and diverse in our thinking, but also much more attuned to where, people are expecting their ways of working, and wanting to be a little bit more flexible themselves.
That's great. I wanted to just take a second to remind people that if there are any questions in the audience, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll be glad to ask Doug. Doug, coming back to what we were just on, how does this new flexibility create better opportunities for the work that you do with clients, and is there do you see the same kind of flexibility that you're offering to your employees within the organizations of many of your clients, and are there any challenges in some of those relationships?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all trying to figure out what's best. We have certain clients that are less flexible, and have greater expectations, and depending on their business, that makes a lot of sense. So we understand that, and we're building the team and the way we work for that client based on that. But then we see other clients that really embrace this. So what we want to be able to do is build something that's right for our people, but also right for how we work with our clients, because we are in a service business. The way we're handling that is looking at charters, so that it's very clear, if you're working on this team, here's the expectations for how we look at that.
Interesting. And are you finding that this level of flexibility is important and critical in attracting and retaining talent?
Yeah, we do. We think we think this is part of what will make us attractive in this talent war right now. A lot of people are talking about this as the great, resignation or great reconciliation. I think this is a great moment to think how attractive you are as an employer. What does your employee experience look like? What are your values? What do you stand for? What's your purpose and mission? And how can you use that to attract the best talent possible? And so it's not, to me, as much about attrition. Yes, we want, and we're doing everything to manage that, probably like everyone here is doing. But I'm equally and very excited for what we're doing to attract the talent we want for the future.
That's great. And I'd love to connect a couple of the topics that we've been talking about. So you've been in the industry for a few years, and there are probably some folks on the line who are maybe earlier in their careers or kind of growing through their respective organizations. When we look at the technology inflection point that we're going through, do you have any advice for people on how to use this kind of some tectonic plate shifting and how they advance their own careers and how they think about using this time and new technologies, perhaps new currencies with attention into making a bigger mark in their professional careers and on the organizations in which they're working, whether they're in an agency or within an advertiser? Any specific advice come to mind or lessons learned by dialing back to the 07, 08 period, or maybe a few years before there?
Yeah, many years before there. I mean, have thirst. Is probably the core of, I think, my spirit as I've looked at, I've always been around and I feel lucky and fortunate to, get into the digital world in the mid 90s. And, I got into the mobile world, before the iPhone, and I'm excited to be in the NFT and messing around. And, I've lost a little coin in the Bitcoin space, the crypto space, but I've learned a hell of a lot. And I think, the point is to try, to put yourself out there, to learn about some of these things. And, to be able to have command is, I think, really important. So, it just starts with having a thirst. And one thing I ask, of my team is, don't just answer the questions, question the answers. And being able to kind of think in that way is really important for you to harness what might be next, what is coming next. And, especially as we're sitting here talking, under the banner of setting the stage. And this is a perfect time period. And if we were all in Vegas last week for CES, we would have, or was that 2 weeks? No, it was last week. It's all merging. But we would have used that as a mechanism to be inspired and think about all the things we can accomplish in the year ahead. And that just takes a lot of, desire, for thirst, for curiosity as you look at everything.
Yeah. And I think the flip side to that, maybe coming back to the topic of attention, is there is so much happening right now. And as you said, our attention as consumers, but also as professionals, is perhaps under assault. Any words of wisdom on how to choose and prioritize some of the key areas that we should focus on as media advertising practitioners and professionals in this space?
Yeah, I mean, I think at the core of it, we have to figure out, and one of the things that I'm personally excited by for the year ahead, and we at Dentsu are committed to, is attention and addressability. I think, each of those independently is significant and will drive monumental change to our environment, our entire industry. But then you put the two together, and what the overlap of, better addressable ads, more attentive ads, what that means to then the value of advertising is, I think, really exciting. And, it just proves that this is such a vibrant and wonderful field that we can all, get excited and be excited for. At times we all think about, Tuesdays at 2 o'clock not being the best time ever. But I think when you step back and think about like some of the monumental shifts that are going on and how everyone here can be a part of this change, that we all need to embrace. We all know that we have opportunity to make advertising better, to make marketing stronger, and better connect brands to consumers and consumers to brands. So for me, I think that's what's most exciting.
Great. So if you were a betting man, Doug, how long do you think it's going to take for the effective attention CPM to become the norm in terms of transacting currencies in our space? Are we 12 months out? Are we 5 years out? Are we?
I think we're somewhere in between. I like to look at technology on 7-year arcs, and there's a lot of work that you can look at that thinks about how long until something, from when something was first introduced until where it becomes more normalized. And it's about 7 years. So if I looked at some of the early attention work, started around 2018, 2019, I think 2025, 2026. And again, that feels long away. But with the pace of how things are going, that's only a few upfronts from now when we think about it. So, not far off. I don't think 5 years, but certainly there's a lot of work that needs to be done over the next couple of years to be able to allow us to get there.
Yeah, and I think the timing is really interesting given all of the changes happening in the measurement space. Outside of attention, but it seems like a very ripe moment for this new metric to be embraced in a very active way.
Yeah, and I think what it's going to force us to do as an industry is move away from the GRP, right, as a legacy metric, and be able to subscribe to something that's a little bit more modern and based on today's world versus a world of 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, indeed, lots of opportunities there. I think we have a few minutes left. Again, anyone who wants to drop questions into the Q&A or chat, feel free to do so, and I'll raise them to Doug. Doug, let's take maybe a couple minutes to talk about how Dentsu sees some of the innovation in the gaming space. I know this is somewhere you've been investing. It's obviously kind of linked to the metaverse or some of the Web3 opportunities. What are some of the things that you all are specifically doing there? I know there was a launch last year. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is where it's fortunate to have an East meets West kind of orientation to us, is really tapping into the gaming culture and life cycle. And the reality is we're all gamers in some way, either because we're all playing in some form of a game, or we all like the notion of a value exchange, which is the heart of a game. You give, you get. And so we launched Dentsu Gaming about 6 months ago, recognizing after a few years of doing considerable investment in the space, the power that it has for brands. And it's not just like putting brands into games. It could be the notion of gaming. And so it's very different to think about game versus gaming. And we do see it as the introduction or connectivity to a lot of the Web3 elements that we were talking about, Jeremy, before.
Got it. We do have a question. I would love to hear more about Dentsu's approach to working with their clients to support minority-owned media objectives. And can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, I'd love that. I think we are all working hard to expand and diversify the media landscape. Earlier this year, last year, we created a team called Economic Empowerment that is all about partnering with minority and diverse media owners to help gain exposure, to drive greater adoption, and to really help our clients diversify their media spend. Through that, we've been building capabilities with many of these media owners. And one of the things I'm most proud that we did at Dentsu was launch 30-day payment terms for diverse and minority-owned media owners. So we built out a whole program for how we are, expediting payment, which really is the epitome of economic empowerment, because we're able to then allow those media owners, many who are small and don't have the resources, to then be able to invest in new content. And by creating new content, it creates new advertising opportunities that then allow that media owner to grow and drive that broader economic change that we're looking for.
And I would imagine you're also seeing a lot of appetite and adoption from the advertiser community in terms of supporting those media owners.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, again, we're fortunate to have some great clients that are not just, so many leading in this space, and we partner with them, and in some cases we follow what they're doing because they're taking their own leadership positions as well.
That's great. I think Jesse coming up on the screen is our signal that we're coming up on time.
Yes, that's our version of the Oscar music.
Perfect. So Doug, let me say a huge thank you to you for this great session. I think tons of great takeaways on what's happening in 2022 and beyond in our industry with talent, and we look forward to seeing how it all plays out. Attention, the metaverse, future of work, and everything else that we've covered. Thank you so much, Doug.
Thank you, Brand Innovators, and thanks for the good partnership, Jeremy, with your team.
Thank you, Doug. Our pleasure.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your Friday. Really appreciate it. So big kudos to Doug and Jeremy. All right, we are rolling along here. I am taking over for the rest of the day, so you are stuck with me. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesse Shapiro, and I'm taking over as your MC. I am one of our content and community leads out here in the Southwest. With that said, I'm going to stop talking, and we are going to introduce our next great speakers. I would love to introduce Bruno Cardinali, the Chief Marketing Officer of Popeyes, and our moderator, Brian Griffin, VP of Brand Solutions at VideoAmp. Welcome, Bruno and Brian.
Thanks, Jesse. Thank you. How's everything? Let me just turn on my camera here. Give me 1 second.
Thanks, Jesse.
No worries. Take it away, Brian.
Awesome. Well, first and foremost, thank you to Brand Innovators for hosting this amazing session, packed with amazing content on a Friday. And I want to just welcome Bruno Cardinali, the CMO of Popeyes, to this virtual fireside chat with me. Just for some context, my name is Brian Griffin, as Jesse said. I'm VP of Brand Solutions at VideoAmp. We're a leading measurement and optimization technology platform. So Bruno, first off, happy Friday. Want to dive into today's session. First and foremost, with just a casual icebreaker. You and I caught up earlier in the week. Would love to understand, knowing that we've been in this weird state as a country and as a world the last 2 years, and that has obviously caused a proliferation of at-home consumption. What are you watching these days as far as streaming is concerned and linear TV is concerned? Would love to start there and just ask a kind of personal question first.
Yes, absolutely. So hi, Brian. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's safe, staying healthy, and had a great holiday break. I think it's still time to wish everybody a happy new year, right? So until it gets too old, even though this first 2 weeks felt like a month or 2 months, but it's great to be here. So yeah, look, man, it's I've been watching a lot of stuff. I always do. I'm a big sports person, so I continue to watch live sports all over. So here I'm a big NFL, NBA fan. I'm Brazilian, so I kind of like don't have a choice. I have to love soccer. And I do love soccer. I do follow the Brazilian Cup and then some other cups as well. And then on series, look, man, I've been watching a lot of stuff. I'm anxious to see Ozark come back. I've watched Succession, big show as well. Really enjoyed. Atlanta on FX is also a good show that I've been following and watching. So there's a lot of great content out there. So I'm excited to continue to see what's coming up in 2022 and continue to enjoy it. What about you, man? What have you been watching?
It's funny that you mentioned Ozark. I watched the trailer for the upcoming season last night with my wife. I'm so I'm so excited for that show.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a great show. Jason Bateman is amazing in it. So I would say Ozark for sure. And I was a little sad last week because your Dolphins down in Miami beat my Patriots. So, but
yeah, we have to get that one going
this weekend.
Yeah.
Anyway, down to let's jump into the more important things. Really more so about your business and everything that's going on around the QSR vertical. I think the best place to start is what I call kind of the arms race for the best chicken sandwich. And I think in 2020. Popeyes obviously had a ton of buzz and a launch of a chicken sandwich that caused, almost mass hysteria, right? There were people around the block. Popeyes locations were selling out of it left and right. Talk to us a little bit about how that marketing strategy came together. And I specifically want to understand is how did it adapt on the fly, knowing that you probably almost didn't even know how much of a craze it was going to result in, right? So how did you and the marketing team adapt once you saw the amazing results of it? And how is it influencing your future marketing strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been the chicken sandwich launch. It was an amazing time, to be in the industry. In my case, to be leading the charge of the brand that was starting the whole conversation. So I was happy, of course, and fortunate to be leading the team at that time. I think that the marketing strategy, even before it got to that point, right? So in QSR, it's quite common for those who follow the industry closely or closer than others. It's quite common for brands to launch new products in test markets, right? So you basically introduce the product in a specific market. You start to see how the product performs in the restaurants, how the team members are adapting to that new product. You start to see how consumers are receiving the product, liking the product, not liking the product, price points, and everything else. So all of that to say that before we went national with the chicken sandwich, we had the chicken sandwich live in a few markets, Houston being the main one, right? So when I joined the brand, the market test in Houston was already going, and I had the task to basically go and launch it nationally, right? So I've first thing. It went back to brand positioning, brand tone of voice, brand personality, really setting up the foundation of the brand so that whatever we did at that time was relevant and pertinent to the brand. And then I just went on Twitter and searched Popeye sandwich, and I saw a lot of people talking about it in Houston. In those markets that had the sandwich, there's a lot of hype around the sandwich. So with that information in mind, the team and we put a new brief together for the agencies, and the brief was one line, basically saying believe the hype. So go on Twitter, search for chicken sandwich Popeyes, read by yourself, yourself, see all the comments and see that the hype is actually there. What we want to do is get everybody to believe the hype and to join the hype. So I knew from that moment, I knew social media was going to be very, very important. I knew PR was going to be very important. So we set up the team to really pay, triple the attention on social media and in PR to basically, participate in the conversation, drive the conversation, insert ourselves in the conversation. So when the moment arrived at that day, which I would never forget, so it was August 19th of 2019. One of our competitors tweeted something that we retweeted, and that basically caught the whole thing on fire. So it was basically understanding and doing the homework of all the foundational elements of the brand, but also understanding how consumers were reacting and talking about the product in those market tests in the pre-launch phase. And then as we evolved, we had a whole plan to basically build awareness of the sandwich. So a lot of people awareness and then trial, of course. And then the moment that we saw those awareness levels basically stagnated at a level, we then moved on from our communication strategy to go from believing the hype to really telling people why our sandwich was actually superior, right? So explaining why the sandwich was superior, why the sandwich quality was so good. So then we went into really talking about the functional attributes of the product, why is that so good, etc. And then and basically had the whole journey of continuing to build the brand according to how the market was responding to the initiatives, and how people were actually being aware of the product or not being aware or trying the product. So those metrics were helping us guide and shape and adjust our marketing strategy to activate phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 of the plan that continues live. So it's still a big opportunity for us to continue to drive chicken sandwich. There's a lot of chicken sandwiches being eaten out there, and I'm sure Popeyes can be a great choice for those occasions.
I love it. It's such an amazing story. Talk to me a little bit about how your experience with that launch and the response by the test markets and eventually the national market. How has that adapted strategy around future products, right? And one thing that piqued my interest in kind of how you took us through that story was around leveraging the real-time feedback via things like Twitter, right? And how you really can understand and validate the success of something or the failure of something to then influence your next best action as a team and as a brand marketing unit.
Yeah, look, I think the main thing that sandwich, I think actually a lot of things, not only one thing, but one of the things that I can point out to your point is, if you look at our TV commercials, right? So for Popeyes, after, like if you look pre-chicken sandwich, there's Popeyes TV commercials pre-chicken sandwich and after chicken sandwich, right? So I think the main change there is that we knew about the power of UGC, right? So of people's organic reviews of our products. Yeah. But chicken sandwiches just took that to the universe level, right? So it just exploded that thing that existed to a completely different level that we didn't anticipate at the beginning. So, but with that, it created an opportunity that we had basically millions of people talking about the products and reacting to our products on their own words, with their own timing, their own way of showing, which we basically embraced that. We said, you know what, that's the way that we're going to communicate moving forward, right? So it's going to be instead of a UGC, a UGP, user generated Popeyes, so if you look at the commercials, it's basically you always have someone, a real person reacting to a product in their own way, in their own words. And we use that to amplify and to basically tell everybody out there how the product is, right? So that was a big change in our communication strategy, in our content strategy, that was brought up by Gut, our creative agency, as a solution, basically saying, instead of being a brand that does a social, let's do a social brand that does TV. So kind of like inverted the order of things and putting social media at the forefront of every single thing that we do. The other piece that also influenced a lot is something that Ricky and Juan, who are the ECDs at Gut, we talked about. Actually, that this is a term that came up from Juan. He was saying we should actually institute the term live advertising which is basically doing advertising live, so it's
Right.
kind of like, it's not only about responding on Twitter, but it's responding with an idea. So that also have been playing a big role in the way we look at marketing and the way we promote the brand, because we know the channel is really important for Popeyes, right? So for our brand specifically, it makes a ton of sense. I don't think this is a solution for every single brand. For us, it is a big way to promote the brand. It's a big way to make the brand relevant and to keep the brand top of mind. So yeah. So I think those two things I'll probably list as the main things that have, influenced the chicken sandwich, have influenced in our marketing strategies.
It's a good segue to my next question, because I know you've been a huge user of TikTok in your marketing strategy. That said, this past holiday, we saw not only Popeyes, but we saw another QSR brand leverage a celebrity in a lot of their promotional efforts. How are you thinking about associations like that with Megan Thee Stallion, for example, and like balancing that with things like influencer marketing?
Look, I think they are. I think they're complementary, right? So I think even if you look at our social media, the very first point I was talking about, social media and PR playing an important role. All those influencers, they play a big role into complementing social media, right? Because they continue to spread the news, right? So if you look at even the chicken sandwich launch, right? So it was actually it was catching fire on social media, but then you had some big names that played a big role organically, right? So we didn't actually in that instance, we didn't influence them or we didn't work with them actively, but you had Dwayne Wade. You had Megan Thee Stallion herself actually was one of the first ones to eat and to talk about the chicken sandwich back in 2019. So we saw that as an important element of our plan, and we continue to leveraging every single launch that we have in the brand. And then the more strategic kind of like bigger partnerships, I think they come as a very useful tool for us in QSR. To promote the products. As you saw this past year in 2021, a lot of brands jumped into this trend, right? So and for us at Popeyes, it was a nice way for us to launch a new product, right? So it was the first official variant of our chicken sandwich, right? So the chicken sandwich with the hottie sauce from Megan Thee Stallion, and the sauce in itself that people could enjoy with our nuggets or our chicken as a whole. But something that was really punctual for us. We saw a big opportunity in partnering with someone that has a true love for the brand and a true affinity with the brand, right? So as I said, she was one of the first ones to talk about the chicken sandwich back in 2019. So she has always been voicing her love for the brand. So we thought it was a nice way to partner with her. Yeah. And we tried to do this in a true kind of like original, authentic collaboration type of way, right? So we basically work with her in developing the sauce, the packaging, the design, the clothing line that we developed, the commercials, the directors, the animation, and she even got to be a franchisee. So we even signed her as a franchisee of the brand. So it was exciting.
Talk about authenticity, right? Like she's literally putting her own money back into the company.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. And the good thing that we really love about talking to her, and she also was all in for this approach, is that as you, I don't want to get to very technical terms here or very specifics about QSR and franchising business, but you can enter as a minority owner of any franchise existing business, right? So you can go there and basically get 5%, 10%, etc. Right. From the moment we said we don't want that, we want you to be the owner, right? So the franchising agreement that we've done with her, it's with her. Like she's 100% owner. She will be 100% owner of 5 restaurants in the future that she will be building from scratch, and she's going to own it 100%. So that's a great thing.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I love the story of her kind of already being a fan,
Yeah.
And whether or not she became a celebrity, she probably, would have always been loyal to
exactly.
No matter what. So let's switch gears a little bit. Given that it's about 1 year old, how is your evolving loyalty program going, would you say? And what does the future look like for it?
Yeah, look, it's been more successful than what we had planned for to be in 2021. To be completely fair here, which is a great news. We had forecasted to be at an X number of users by the end of the year. We surpassed that number of enrolled users in the program, which is great. The program is currently only available through the app, so you can only earn and burn points through the app. So the future for the program is basically twofold, right? So the first one is rolling out the program to in-store, right? So allowing people to participate in the program for those going physically to the stores, which will open up a big portion of our business that today is not eligible to join the program unless they do purchase via the app. And the second piece is evolving the program from being just a loyalty program, transactional program, to be something more strategic in driving brand engagement and driving brand loyalty as a concept of loyalty per se to the future, right? So it's a program that we can do to, in collaborations with Megan Thee Stallion, for instance, we could do like, a partnership with or a promotion exclusive to loyalty members to go to a private concert with her, or to gain X amount of different experiences, right? So there's a lot of ways that we can do, but I think the main two goals here that we have moving forward, one is roll out the program to in-store, so everybody can participate in the program, and second, evolving the program from being evolve the program to be more of a brand engagement and brand love type of initiative, as well as the loyalty per se.
Got it. So it's equal parts loyalty, equal parts, actual in-market experience for the customer.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. Not just on the phone, but how does it connect them to actual experiences that either folks like Megan Thee Stallion are associated to, or things in market that they can interact with.
Exactly.
I love it. It's a good balance of, appreciation of Popeyes and loyal to the brand, but also like association of their experience elsewhere back to the brand.
Exactly.
I love it. So, as someone that personally represents a technology company, and, VideoAmp's focuses around cross-screen measurement and optimization. And, some of that was discussed by Doug and Jeremy on the last session. Talk to us a little bit about how Popeyes is thinking about attribution and the prioritizations that it's making around connecting its marketing channels back to, key performance indicators.
Yeah, look, I think it is. We've been talking about this for a little while. I don't think we have honestly all the solutions on the table right now, but at the same time, I don't think anyone has. Which is exciting, right? So which is exciting because I think as an industry we're going to be evolving and continuing to work together, and it turns this thing into an exciting thing, right? So I think for us in QSR, I think the main challenge that we always had as an industry, and I speak on behalf of, I guess, of the whole industry, is how do we measure, real traffic into the restaurants? How do we measure that person was impacted by those channels and that person went to the restaurant physically, right? So we've been working closely with Horizon on creating and mapping, and several other partners as well, on creating and mapping all the different touch points that we can and we should read and take into account of our personal kind of like the Popeyes specific guest journey, right? So what are the key ones that we need to track, key ones that we need to measure, and how we measure, how we evolve, how we optimize, and everything else. So it's something that is evolving. We don't have all the final answers or the final solutions. We've been doing a lot of tests on different platforms, on different KPIs, different touch points. I think there's still a long way to go, to be completely honest here. But it's something that we've been, spending a lot of time because it is evolving quite a lot as we think about, media consumption. And we talked about this before, earlier this week, right? Between, how brand engagement and e-commerce are kind of like merging. So it's something that it is important and will become even more important.
And in your role, how do you balance the other end of it, which is creative development, right? Aligning creative relevancy to kind of performance as a more technical area of the business?
Exactly. Yeah, a big time, because I think we have, as a brand, and I think as an industry, we have to evolve how we look at creative for those for performance media, or the old way of the old way of saying performance media, because I think today most of the performance media assets, they end up being very transactional, and I think there's an opportunity here to do both, right? So to be more engaging and transaction at the same time, right? So I think that's where we all need to evolve as an industry. Me personally here, we have to evolve here as well. But I think as a whole industry, when I look at myself as a user out there, I see, I can clearly see, okay, so this was done, by, oh, I think I froze for a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, okay. I saw myself frozen on the screen, so I didn't know if it was me or the thing crashed. But I'm glad I'm back. So yeah, so I was saying, as a user, I can go online and I can see, the assets and the creative assets that are, performance media, very transactional, very, clinical, to the ones which are designed to be brand engagement. So I think those two things, they have to evolve and they have to merge for sure.
Yeah. I love it. So quick question around kind of channel specific. Would you say that linear TV advertising still sits at the center of your mass reach strategy? And how has the proliferation of streaming started to influence that?
Yes, look, I think linear TV is still the largest part of our mass reach channels.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's all other channels are growing in representation of our mix. They have been growing since 2019, 2020, 2021, and will continue to grow in 2022. I think it's basically about us, testing, understanding, validating those channels, because it's all very new for the industry. So, and we continue to do that. We continue to work with all the partners out there to do that, and to understand and continue to evolve and to sharpen and to really take our media efforts into the best optimal way that we can. But yeah, that's where we see it right now.
Got it. I'm going to actually pop over to the chat for a good question just came in that kind of lines up to my question about marketing channels. How are you thinking about the best way to activate dollars against purpose-driven initiatives? So like sustainability, diversity, and inclusion. Talk to us a little bit about that.
I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of, you mean just allocating budgets for like sustainability? I mean, the sustainability story, like, I don't know, the sustainability story for our case here, it's a quality story, right? So it's for Popeyes, it's almost like those two things, they have to work hand in hand. It's if they at least in my mind, if you start to make two different stories, then you start diluting all your dollars, right? So I think the sustainability story, and I'm using sustainability just as an example, right? But you can put whatever there. It needs to be part of your core messaging, right? So in our case, sustainability is, I don't know, our products are being free from artificial colors, preservatives, and all of that thing. The benefit of that is the better tasting product.
Best product, right?
Exactly. So I think we need to embed those two things, or whatever are the things that you have. They have to come together, because otherwise, and depending, of course, on your size, Popeyes is not a massive brand in dollars versus other huge players out there in QSR. I don't have the luxury to have 35 campaigns in a year, different campaign. I have to optimize, and I have to build those stories and integrate those stories with the one thing that I want to talk about and I want to communicate to our guests. So that's how we've been thinking about it. And actually in 2021, we launched a new campaign, which is all about, the quality of our chicken and the work and the culinary expertise that we have, but then highlighting all the sustainability elements as reasons to believe to that story. That's how we basically embedded that into our story.
Got it. It's the connection between, quality ingredients and doing such in a sustainable way that connects actually to an output of quality taste and a happy
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I think it's yeah. I think the main point here, and I was using sustainability as an example. We can use whatever other example, but I think the main point is that you don't start, segregating or dividing your campaign or your budgeting to several campaigns, because I think, at least in my point of view, you start diluting a lot of your money. So it's
right. So bit of a pivot, but on the last session, we heard Doug and Jeremy talk a little bit about this movement that's very much top of mind in the industry. It's the movement away from the GRP, or potentially the appearance of secondary currencies to Nielsen. Have you started to think about that in partnership with your agency Horizon, and kind of where things need to go in the future to potentially be able to extract an understanding of true cross-screen reach and effectiveness to your business goals with a more accurate currency?
big time, man, big time. This is something that we spend a lot of time in the planning phase of 2022 with Horizon. We still don't have a solution, a final kind of like point of view on our side. We're in the middle. I don't know if the question was actually probably someone from Horizon because it's really live to my life right now.
Yeah.
But it's something that it's important though, because if you look at the QSR business, right? So we measure the intensity and the weight of every single week that we have on media. Historically, we measured that through GRPs, right? Because the campaign, like the plans were 95% TV. So we would say, on week 1, we have, 10 GRPs. On week 2, I have 8 GRPs. On week 3, I have 7 GRPs. And it has become a reference of understanding for my team and the industry of how strong your plan is in those specific weeks. The moment we started to move into the digital space, we start to lose that frame of reference, right? So then I think the challenge that it creates is like, okay, I have 10 GRPs on this week, but is actually 10 GRPs a good week or not? Because I have the same amount of money relative to 10 GRPs into digital. So actually, in very late terms, it should be 20 GRPs. So it should be a very strong week, but I'm only seeing 10 GRPs, you know what I mean? Right. So that's the conversation that we're having. So we can see a holistic number that will inform us to say, okay, yeah, it's a good week for us. Or actually, I have to have on this week here, I have to have much more money into this week because it's an important week for me because of X, Y, and Z. But yeah, I think the unified solution, it's something that we need to get to, because for me as a marketer, it helps understand. And I think we need to do a lot of education as well for the teams on how to evaluate and how to see those metrics so that we can have proper allocation of resources and channels and calendar to better support the business.
Yeah, and I think it has a significant impact on how you budget your year out from a marketing perspective. Exactly. Right? Can I achieve more and have more transparency into audience delivery, so I can do 100% of what I've always done with 80% of the budget, right? And so it's a huge opportunity. It's great that you guys are thinking about that in such a forward-thinking way. Talk to me a little bit about what you feel the future holds. You talked about kind of the convergence of brand engagement and commerce, but what innovations are you most excited about, and how do you think it will kind of change the future of marketing?
Look, I think to me, like the main thing that I've been thinking about is really this what you asked before and what we talked about. The merging of brand engagement and e-commerce. I think this is something that I'm not sure if it's an innovation per se, in terms of a platform or anything like that. I think it will be an innovation on how we find solutions for that as context or circumstance. I think it is going to be a big challenge, a big opportunity for the whole industry as we move into 2022 and beyond. I think it's going to be a big area of focus for me, for the team here, and I think for the whole industry, because more and more we're seeing budgets being allocated into this space, And of course, more attention is getting to that space, which will require, of course, more rigor, more discipline, more metrics, more KPIs, and more discipline as a whole on how we do this. So I think that's going to be a big push for us here. The other piece, which I think will play a big role as well, is dynamic content all around. Not only in this in media space, but also in our case for menu boards, for instance, right? So when you get to the drive-through, the menu board should be 100% dynamic, right? So it should be to you, to the time, it should be 100% dynamic. Hopefully, to the point that if we can read you and say, "Hey, Brian, do you want another chicken sandwich?" And nuggets, or what I mean? Okay, I'll say later. So we can make it super personalized to you. So I think those two things probably are the things that we are going to be looking for, or I'll be looking for the industry in 2022 as a whole.
Yeah, I agree. I would say that the coalescing of in-store personalization, digital personalization via owned media channels, and then how does that eventually get to a place where there's a high level of paid media personalization, right?
Exactly.
And I've been amazed in what I've been seeing from like a contactless kind of, you don't even really interact with anyone in the location way of transacting, right? And maybe you order on the app and then you pick up, and it's just the only interaction is them handing you the food, or it's all done on the kiosk in store. I mean, it's tremendous the amount of technology enhancements that has happened there. And so how does that influence your marketing strategy too, from an imagery and dynamic content perspective? It's
exactly. And also from a restaurant format perspective, right? So restaurants, they used to have a configuration X, Y, and Z. They will have a different configuration, right? So because of that, a flow of guests into restaurants, right? And delivery drivers as well, right? So it's a whole new world.
Yeah. We've got about 5 minutes to go. There is a question. I do feel it kind of sits within the same vein, because we're talking about in-store a little bit. How are you defining and reporting success amongst, your internal footprints of locations and franchisee operators? Like, how does that balance look? Or is it mostly, reporting and working with the franchisee operators versus the corporate locations?
Look, we have at Popeyes in the US, we have, I'll call it 2,600 locations in the country, close to 27. Out of those, we have very few corporate-owned locations. So it's not we have very few. So it's not our main portion of the business, and we don't treat them differently. To be honest, I think it's as we look at the results, we look at the business as a whole. Like there's no focus or priority for company-owned restaurants or franchisees. We're basically looking at the business as a whole for customers and driving everything. So there's no way, in no way, shape, or form, we treat those two differently from a marketing perspective, from a reporting perspective, and everything else. So it's all the same for us.
Got it. Okay, awesome. I think that we're basically at the top of the session. Bruno, I want to first and foremost just thank you for the time. This has been really fun to dig into your business and talk about how do we solve all these issues in the future. I think we're closer than we probably all think we are. We just need to remain optimistic, right? And glass half full versus glass half empty. Exactly. So thanks again for the time. Jesse, I'm going to pass it back to you. Thanks again for coordinating this session. We're really excited to be here today.
Thanks so much, Brian. Thanks so much. I appreciate for the session. I appreciate Jesse and the rest of the team for inviting me to be here. So it's always a pleasure to be part of it.
Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thanks so much, Brian and Bruno. That was incredible. Hope you guys have a wonderful Friday.
Yeah, take care.
You too.
Bye, guys. Stay safe.
Take care, fellas. Fantastic. So we are rolling along here. I'm going to be short and sweet. Up next, we have our next speaker, Quinn O'Brien, the VP of Global Marketing at Lenovo, and moderating this discussion, we have Suraj Barwani, the Chief Strategy Officer at Acuity Ads. Welcome, Quinn and Suraj.
Hello, Jesse.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
Fantastic. Glad to have you both here.
Yes, thank you. Can we roll?
Yes, absolutely. Take it away, sir.
All right, appreciate it. Hello, Quinn. How are you?
Good, Suraj. How are you?
Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
So let me set the stage here quickly, and then we can go into the session itself. Okay.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know, Acuity Ads is a Canadian publicly owned company that invented Illumine, a omni-channel journey automation platform, which is one of its first kinds in the ad tech industry. I'm going to be the moderator for this forum with Quinn, who, as Jesse just introduced, is the Global VP of Brand Marketing. Quinn, why don't you do this? Why don't you introduce yourself and give us a little background on Lenovo?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Suraj. And hello to everyone who's listening. Thanks for taking the time. So, like you said, I'm currently the VP of Global Marketing at Lenovo. Lenovo, for those who don't know, we're a huge technology company. We're about a $70 billion company. We're global. We're founded in China, but now operate in about 180 markets around the world. We grew up really selling ThinkPad and are known a lot in the B2B space for our ThinkPads. But we also own everything from Motorola on the phone side all the way through to being the world's one of the world's top supercomputer companies. So we've got a really wide range of technology. We've always been in the hardware space. We're starting to transform that. And I've been with Lenovo for about 8.5, 9 years now. I came from the agency background, so I was on the ad agency side. I worked at Ogilvy, I worked at McCann, at Arnold, at a number of other agencies. Coming up, always starting to focus on technology marketing. Today at Lenovo, I look after kind of the full range of brand marketing for the company. I look after the strategy of where we want to go as a business, and then all the way through to the design language, to the content and the campaigns that we put out. So pretty broad scope across Lenovo marketing globally.
Yeah, that's quite an extensive scope there. I think there's one more thing you didn't mention, the fact that you actually served IBM.
Yes. Yeah. So when I was at Ogilvy, I spent probably about 10 years working on IBM and doing IBM advertising. And it was, not to date myself, but it was all the way back in the e-business days when it first started out, when IBM was really ahead of the game in looking at how the internet could be used for business and for commerce, and saw that all the way through to probably about 8 years ago when I stopped working with them. And it's just a fabulous experience. I think that they're an amazing technology company. They're an amazing marketing company. And the relationship between Ogilvy and IBM that I was part of was it was kind of a moment in time in my career that I really got a ton out of.
That's very, very interesting. I'm sure it's very relevant. Now, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Lenovo spun off of IBM?
Yeah, sort of. It technically wasn't a spin-off. It was a company in China called Legend that was the largest PC company in China. And Legend actually acquired the ThinkPad brand from IBM and used that, renamed as Lenovo, and used that as kind of their footprint in the rest of the world to start to go out and become the leader in the world. So today we're the number one PC company in the world, but back when Legend acquired ThinkPad, I think the combined entity was about number 8. So there was a lot of growth, a lot of it on the back of kind of the Eastern philosophy and management system that Legend had paired with the kind of the global clout of the ThinkPad brand, and really bringing those together and turning it into a PC powerhouse, but that also spanned out, like I said, in both directions, further out into devices with phones, tablets, smart devices, and then further into the data center, all the way through edge computing, cloud, into supercomputers.
Thank you. That sets the stage really well. So let's start there. Now, Quinn, we can't really assume anything at this point about the established practices, assumptions of the business as you've had. Just the past 2 years have changed just about everything, right? In the way we think about things. And so I think the way we're going to go about this conversation is set the stage of how you've seen the evolution in just the last 2 years, and then talk about how that leads to the marketing going this year and forward. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's how we will frame this. So if you were to just look at the 2 years, first of all, let's start with what changes have you observed in both the consumer side and the commercial side in
Yeah.
terms of the behavior as it pertains to the business, just so that we know what's really happened here, right?
Yeah. No, it's a really good question. I mean, it's I don't think as the pandemic started, we had, like everybody, had no idea what the change was going to be like. We're fortunate in that the way that consumers change their preferences, the way that businesses change through the pandemic has been beneficial to us. I know it as a company, I know it hasn't been to a lot of others. And let me talk a little bit about why. I think on the consumer side, I think probably everyone on the call can relate to this, but we saw the rise. Everyone was shut in their homes, and so the rise of both work from home and learn from home as trends was steep. I mean, it was straight up. And as a company that provides stuff for both of those scenarios, whether it's the PCs, the monitors that are kind of the core of what we sell in that world, to the things that we resell, everything that you can imagine, from like your webcams to your desks to your chairs to your mouse pads, all the accessories. We saw consumer. It was a really interesting. Someone put it really nicely that it went from one PC per house to one PC per person. And that change, that fundamental, everyone needing their own computer so that they could work from home, learn from home, just foundationally changed our business. And it just, from a volume and a share perspective, kind of catapulted the entire PC industry. But we actually were able to take advantage of some of that relative to our competitors, not take advantage of the pandemic, but just to take advantage of the opportunity business-wise. And leverage as well. So we saw the consumer, I mean, they pivoted immediately into having to do those two things from home, which really affected us positively from a business perspective. And then from a commercial perspective, from a corporate perspective, I think that a lot of the companies that had been kind of slow rolling, slow playing the digital transformation, the companies that knew that they had to transform, at whatever area it was in, whether it's moving to the cloud or investing in edge computing or building out their security systems, all of that infrastructure that they were planning to invest on over time, that was expensive and challenging, that they were contemplating, they suddenly said, we should have done that, because they realized how unprepared they were as businesses for this massive change from the pandemic. And they immediately flipped to say, all right, let's do it now. And so on the B2B side, we saw this massive rush to accelerate the time frames of digital transformation from all of our customers. And so it's stuff that we had kind of road mapped out with customers for years went to months. And so it was a push on us to say, all right, we've got to take that commercial side of the business, not only start delivering PCs as well, so it's kind of the knock-on effect of more people needing computers, but also when you get into the infrastructure space, more and more businesses were trying to transform, to prepare for the next pandemic, to just handle the current pandemic. All of those things kind of catapulted our B2B business up as well.
So now, obviously, the natural part of that is the onus on you and your team in terms of how they reframe the way the marketing happens, right? So the way to look at it is, then how does Lenovo's brand marketing strategy evolve as a result of all these shifts? I mean, the shifts are happening in mindset, they're happening in behavior, they're changing in lifestyle, the way you defined it.
Yeah.
How did that all sort of transpire with you, your organization, the way you think about marketing, all of that?
Yeah, it foundationally changed it. I mean, we've always, as a company, ever since, I've been involved with Lenovo either, when Legend was buying ThinkPad from IBM, all the way through from when they were just a PC company, all the way out the various acquisitions into where we are today. And so we've always been transforming. There's a restlessness within the corporate strategy of the company that continually pushes us forward. And so from a brand and marketing perspective, we've always been about, all right, let's plant the flag out ambitiously so that we're going out to the world and talking about Lenovo on our best day. This isn't just a clear-eyed view of the company. This is us saying, like all marketers, polishing it up a little bit, putting it out there and saying, this is what we're about. If you're interested in this, then come to Lenovo. And so that had always been our mentality, and I think that's the right mentality. But with the pandemic, suddenly the future was so different. The pace had accelerated, and where we were going as a company, where our customers were going, became fuzzy. And so we still need to go out and plant that flag and say, all right, on our best day, this is what Lenovo is about. But as we're suddenly accelerating in all of the functions that we've got, we're not quite sure where to plant the flag. And so there was a lot of uncertainty within our team and within the company to say, there's a huge pressure on us around AI. So companies that were thinking about integrating AI into their infrastructure and into the way that they think about their technology are suddenly going, all right, let's do it. Bring it. Not necessarily even fully understanding what let's implement AI means, but they want to have those sort of conversations with companies like Lenovo. And so we need to be experts in AI. We need to be experts in edge and cloud and all of these various areas that we are building, that suddenly customers are coming to us with a hair on fire request for not only product, but expertise. And so we're looking at it going, to what we have deep AI capabilities, but to what extent do we go out there and say, Lenovo is an AI leader? Because there's such demand that we're going to get swarmed on that front versus edge, versus cloud, versus device, all these other areas. And so it suddenly became a really, really positive, but a really challenging issue, which is saying we're getting bombarded by strategic requests from customers saying we need help in these areas. And we know how to do all of them, but how do we brand ourselves as a leader? Like, what is the thing that we go and say we do? We don't want to just be an innovation leader because it's too broad. We want to pick a sector, pick a specialty, and really go deep on that. But there's so much demand out there that it's challenging. And then on the flip side, I think everyone knows about the chip shortage and the issues out there with supply. We're on the other side, like all of our competitors, having trouble fulfilling on all of this demand because of the chip shortage. So it has been, I would say, it's been a challenging time. It's been a positive time because we're fortunate enough to be growing as a company. But I always look for that clarity of, all right, what problem are we trying to solve, and what does success look like? And both were fuzzy.
Where have you landed in terms of the way you're describing right now, right? Yeah. Components, devices, individual, answers to, I want to buy X, to I want an office. And, I want to secure my company from, in digital space. What have you done? What has the brand really done to really plant that flag? How do you position yourself now?
There isn't something in market that is definitively how we're going to position ourselves. So we're still in process right now, but I'll tell you that a lot of the focus is to change from talking about what we sell to talking about how customers buy it. And so I think we've all had experiences when you buy a car. There's different ways you buy a car, you lease a car. There's, now when you buy a very expensive phone, you can either buy the phone outright or you can essentially lease it. And we're looking at that same model with all of our technology and talking to our customers about that to say the future is uncertain. I mean, it was easy to, as an IT manager in the past, pre-pandemic, to say, okay, I need to place an order for 10,000 PCs, and then in 3 years, I'm going to get another 10,000 PCs. It was very relatively predictable. Today, the world is so crazy and so hard to define that you, customer, need a safer, smarter way to ensure that you're buying the right technology, that you always have the latest, that you're getting the best security, you're getting the best service. So we're really looking at how do we flip to that service-led model where customers are starting to buy everything from us as a service? So it's not only devices, it's not only, get your phone as a service rather than as just an outright purchase. But if you want security, how do we sell security as a service? If you want to buy access to a supercomputer, you don't want to buy the supercomputer. You want access to it, and you want that access to be delivered with maintenance and service and security and everything like that. So it's just a fundamental change of moving from a kind of a hardware-led company to a services-led solutions company. And I was going to say it's easy to say. It took me a while to say it, but it's relatively easy to say. It's very hard to change your business to get there, because it is, when we've got about just over 60,000 employees, and they've all grown up as hardware experts. And to now say we're still making hardware, we're also making software, but we're selling it as a service. Again, it's that flag planting becomes difficult, because a lot of people like myself who spend a lot of time talking about this in the planning meetings and the strategy meetings, we can be quite quick to say, all right, let's go run an ad that says we're a service-led solutions company. And then you realize that it's a slower transition than that. Things take time to actually move. The challenge with that is the pandemic has just poured fire on everything, or poured gas on everything, on every fire. So it has, anytime we're saying, all right, we've got to move in a measured, slow way towards that goal, it's like, no, faster, and kind of off we go. So we're on a path to being seen as a service-led solutions company. We're already starting to talk about that in the marketplace. We have the ability to deliver it. It's like what I said before, the more you put out that message, the more excitement and interest there is from customers, the more volume you get. And with a supply shortage on the back end, you have to really balance your ability to promote yourself and get that interest in with the ability to actually then deliver it.
Got it. So, Gwen, this is beautiful. You've articulated it extremely well. And I'm really genuinely understanding the complexity of your business and the way you're trying to manage the different components of it. I see it in two ways, and correct me if I misunderstood something. I see it as there is the market-facing component of your sort of strategy, communication, and so forth, dealing with the customers and the evolving dynamics there. And then there is the organizational component of it, which is all the ways in which the organization fully internalizes that message.
Yeah.
And begins to behave accordingly to deliver against that proposition and the positioning that you're putting in the market. So there's sort of this whole thing has to tie together, right?
Yeah.
All the way through. It may never be perfect, but you're trying really hard to make sure it syncs up on both sides of the house. Amazing tension to have, right? So the question then becomes, I'm going to go to a topic that's been discussed for a decade. The customer doesn't care about any of that. What they want is, I recognize I have a problem. And Lenovo is one of the few answers out there at some level. And so the customer is on a journey. We talk about that, right? There are many touch points from the message they receive and how they may have understood Lenovo as a brand before versus what they're hearing about it now. And they will just go on that path, whether you look at the consumer side of it or you look at the commercial side of it, right? If you were to look at that journey, because you have the perspective, look, you've been in this business long and you've understood the category reasonably well here with all these different touch points. When you look at the journey, where do you see the most friction at this point?
That's a really good question. I think, I think it varies between consumer and commercial. So I'll B2B, B2C. So I'll answer them kind of separately. I think on the B2B side, the proposition we're putting out to companies is very different, very unexpected from Lenovo, very different than the way that they usually consume technology. And so they're used to coming to us and saying, I want to buy 10,000 ThinkPads. And we're flipping it around to say to them, we have a different way of giving you access to those ThinkPads. And instead of coming to us and telling us what you want, why don't we sit down and tell me what you're trying to achieve, and let us come, because it might be 10,000 ThinkPads, it might be a different solution that you need, and let's get into that strategic conversation. So the friction that I see is not actually top of the funnel. So it's not out there where we're saying, all right, let's make more people aware of Lenovo. It's not even in the consideration or preference. People in the B2B side who know Lenovo trust us and are coming to us. It's in that conversion. It's in that, how do you change the conversation that you're having with customers that you've had as customers for decades? How do you change the conversation with new customers to flip it to say, rather than what you're asking for, rather than the RFP you're giving us for X number of PCs, why don't we talk about your security needs? And let's talk about how what you're trying to secure might actually change what you need to acquire from us. And then let's talk about how you actually acquire it. And so it becomes I'll never say our business was easy in the past, but it goes from, at that stage, a transaction where it's like, you want 10,000 of these things? All right, let's negotiate how we get you 10,000 of these things, to a much more strategic conversation. And that pivot, there's a ton of friction in. I mean, yes. We know over the years how to, if you ask for this, how to get you this. We're learning how, from a company perspective, but also from a marketing perspective, how to pivot that conversation in a way that the customer has that moment where they go, yeah, no, actually that is what I want to talk about. That's actually much more critical. That's what you've heard me, and that is the pain point that I've got. The pain point isn't I need 10,000 PCs. The pain point is I lose sleep over my network being secure. That's what I'm really worried about. Let's talk about that. By the way, we'll also get you 10,000 PCs. So it's right at the, almost not just before the point of sale, that last mile on the B2B side that really gets it. And then on the consumer side, I mean, the problem I see is just the noise. I mean, if you're a consumer, if you've got an old phone and you're starting to think about a new phone, I mean, the sophistication of the targeting techniques that sense that you need a new phone and, start bombarding you with all of these different messages, and I'll just take phones for an example, but all of the phone providers are incredibly savvy digital marketers. And, the poor consumer is just bombarded by opportunities almost before they even know that they need this product. And so breaking through that and doing it in a way that is really engaging, really compelling, and has that consumers go, quiet all the noise. I'm interested in this. I'm going to walk into Verizon and ask for a Motorola. So it's the age-old marketing problem, but it's getting exponentially worse, which is, how do you break through all the clutter and the noise?
Got it. No. So now, what's the next logical thing that's going to come here, right? Once you know that challenge is breaking through the noise, that means we have to lead to the consumption habits, the media consumption habits, where the consumers are, where the eyeballs are, where your target consumer is, and how you have segmented your market and so forth. What is your perspective now in terms of the role of digital versus traditional media at Lenovo?
Yeah.
How do you think of it?
That's a really interesting one. I mean, digital versus traditional is a really interesting question, because I think I and we here, like many others, over the last probably 10 years, would just continue to sprint up the digital mountain and say, as you look at that pie chart that shows digital versus traditional spend in your business, you wanted the digital to continue to get to be a bigger piece of the pie, and the traditional to be smaller. And you could see why. I mean, you could look at all of the different metrics and understand that, addressability, engagement, all of those things, even just measurability, the ability to actually prove a return on investment in the digital space made a lot of sense. So digital made our marketing more effective, made all of our lives easier. I think what we're seeing, not I think, what we're seeing is that traditional still plays a very important role. And actually, as the privacy issues increase, particularly in the digital space, and as the clutter in the digital space increases, and I will say that as the sophistication of being able to predict and target you increases, traditional is actually breaking through more and more. So I'm not advocating a flip of the pie chart to be primarily traditional. I do think digital has an absolutely critical role, but we've looked at ways to really cut through with traditional media to it almost surprise people because they're not used to seeing really innovative advertising. And we've started using digital means in traditional media to really break through. So not just falling prey to the more digital has been really important to us, but taking a really clear-eyed look at the media plan and saying, all right, is the digital continuing to work? Are we truly cutting through? Is there an opportunity to do something really different in the traditional space that will help to supplement the digital and increase that level of cut through?
That's very interesting. So I have a couple observations on this thing, Gwen. One is that, as you know, for the past 2 decades, right, or even longer, right, the split and allocations in the marketing budgets, media budgets, have been, is it branding and awareness, or is it performance and so forth? But one of the things you just said is traditional isn't traditional.
Right.
There is so much changing. Traditional, to so much extent, is becoming addressable.
Yeah.
And so where is this allocation thing you can do now? Do you think in terms of those above the line, below the line kind of metrics? How does this whole thing work out in your mind, in the way?
Yeah, it's funny. We banished the above the line, below the line from marketing, and it took about 2 years to get rid of people talking about it like that for exactly that reason. I think there's too much blending. I think what you said is exactly right. I think that even traditional media, I would say we don't use traditional media. We find non-digital. We find ways to use non-digital media opportunities in really interesting ways. I'll give you an example. It's one I just saw. Our team in Japan was using. We've got a consumer PC product called a Yoga, which is a beautiful, really innovative product. But it's just gorgeous. I mean, it is really elegant. It's targeted at people who not only care about performance but also aesthetics, and it's just a lovely, beautifully designed computer. I'm not just pitching it. That is actually relevant to this. But the Japan team did a traditional out-of-home buy, or did an out-of-home buy, but used 3D out-of-home, which I'd never seen before, where there was a kind of this photorealistic image of a model with her yoga that was on a flat board, and it comes to life in a 3D way where the model actually comes out of the board with the product and is able to interact with those going past. And it's surreal. I mean, I haven't been to Japan recently, but watching the videos of it, you're just left going, how the hell does that work? And you see people lined up behind this like bus shelter, just watching it happen. And it doesn't get better than that. I mean, that's the ultimate if you look at what I was calling digital media, where, you put tens or thousands of impressions at people to try to break through. This is one unit that people are lining up to stare at and taking pictures of and videos of and sending it to their friends. So you go, wow, that act from a marketing perspective, that's brilliant. And so do you look at that as traditional media? Do you look at that as digital media? It's a merge of the two. And I think I won't say that's the future, because that's a very unique, specific example. But that ability as marketers to not lock ourselves into, all right, we've got to go do this amount of this type, this amount of display, this amount of search, but to start to say, all right, this is the reaction we want to have from our audience. And what are some really different ways to go and achieve that? I mean, it's fundamental marketing mindset, but you can get really lulled into these pitches of, all right, just go do these very programmatic programs, and there's a role for that, but you've got to bring that really interesting, really innovative cut through method in there, or else you're just going to be part of the noise that people see.
Yes, I think media innovation is really where you're going, right? Yeah. Because we become jaded. We tend to just ignore, in general, advertising. We've learned how to sort of just kind of get past it. And to get somebody to pause is a big deal, right? Just getting them to say, oh my goodness, what is this, right? And I think that's really the factor you're trying to. The trouble has always been, Quinn, how do you measure the ROI of that kind of effect, right?
Yeah.
And have you gotten past that? Like, is this something that you just kind of say, you know what, I know it's going to work. It's going to do something that I can't get anyplace else, right? Is that how do you just...
Yeah, totally. I think, we go into it knowing that there's a portion of our media spend that we will not be able to measure. And we're quite vocal about that up front to say, here's the portion of the media plan, which is the majority of the spend that we can measure down to the penny and can report back and go, all right, against all these KPIs, here's how it performed. And then there's a percentage of our media plan that is the kind of the moonshot or the innovative or whatever you want to call it, that are the things that are truly new, truly different, that we're placing a bet on. And, we don't even know if they'll work or not. Never mind, are they going to continually improve ROI, or can we even measure them? So those are the really exciting things. And we can, we're a big public company. We can't spend the majority of our dollars on that. We've got to do tried and true proven stuff for the majority. But that's the really fun part. The ones where you don't know if they're going to work. You don't know what the return will be. People haven't figured out how to measure them yet. And those are the ones where you start to get really excited.
On that topic, you literally enticed me to ask this question now that you've gone down the innovation lane. So have you given any thought to all this buzz around metaverse and the crypto, the NFTs and so forth? What role are these things going to have in your marketing investment profile?
So I'll be honest, I'm struggling. I've thought a lot about the metaverse. I'm struggling to separate my view as a human from my view as a marketer on this one, because I think that when I when I look at, or maybe it's my view as a parent versus a marketer. When I look at my kids, when I look at a lot of people I know, when I look at my own behavior, a lot of the challenges out there around mental health, around even when you get to the inability to do anything about climate change and things like that, I think stem from spending way too much time focused on our phones, focused on our PCs, just head down in social media, in that digital universe that's right there. And I think that we're losing the ability to relate to each other as we once did. I think we're losing the ability to focus. I think we're losing the ability to really form a good view of how we are as people and our self-value. So I think there's a lot of challenges that come from digital media, and I work in digital media, so I am trying to be part of the solution here as much as I can. But I look at it, and my instinct as a human, as a parent, is to say, what we don't need is more deeper experience there. And what I don't want to see is everyone strapping on AR, VR goggles, settling back in their recliners, ordering from Amazon, ordering from DoorDash, and never leaving the recliner and living in this virtual world. So that is my personal view on the metaverse. I don't think that that's taking us to a really positive place. I can't wait to be proven wrong on that. As a marketer, it's intriguing. I think it is. You look at it and go, it's very similar. So I wasn't, I was not working prior to the internet. I'll say that, thankfully, but I was there when the internet really started to become that engine of commerce, and it just completely changed the marketing landscape, 1000%. Like it suddenly opened up this entirely new landscape for marketers to suddenly go and play with and to discover all of these different way banners and at the very start and all of these things that you could go and do and ways to reach people. And it's still, as we said, it's still evolving. And so it just created this real dimension and depth to marketing that was intriguing. And I think the metaverse will be, again, exponentially impactful, as much so or more than the advent of e-commerce and e-business, because suddenly you've got a whole nother vast world in which there's infinite marketing opportunities. And none of us really have thought through what those will be. And we'll be talking about traditional marketing in the metaverse, which is the way we do digital marketing today, and then non-traditional, which is the stuff that we haven't even thought of yet that's out there. So I think, I would summarize it to say, as long as it does not destroy humans and society, it's going to be a brilliant thing for marketers and business.
So I have a couple more things, and I'm going to blend in one of the questions that has popped up from one of the audience members as part of this thing, okay? So first thing is, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you this question. Because you run a global brand and you're dealing with all sorts of tensions in one form or the other, what a global brand is, what a local brand is, so forth. A question on which you said a lot when we were preparing for this thing. If I were to ask you if this is something that you've lived with for a while, is that a challenge that still kind of stays top of mind for you, that you think about, that you worry about, and so forth? And have you been able to find some sort of an answer that you can be in peace with? How do you think about that?
I haven't. I think it's sort of my holy grail, and probably the holy grail for most in global marketing. I think there is no, I don't know that there is no, I'll boil it down super tactically. There is no ad that you can run that works in the US and China and India and Russia and Brazil equally effectively, even if you translate it into the language. I think that there's such nuance to the culture in each of these markets, to the talent that you feature in the ads, to the way, the humor that you use, to every facet of how humans communicate with each other varies so much market to market, that this idea of running one campaign globally is almost, I would say, impossible. Let me put it differently. I've been trying to do it for more than 20 years, and you can't get there. There's puts and takes always. And so it's the discussion, the tension that we always have, the discussion we always have is, what can we keep consistent globally? What are the aspects of the brand that rightly can be consistent globally, that will be the beacons that people can recognize as Lenovo, not only visually, but the look, the feel, the tone, the voice, the morals, the values. Like, what are those things that translate across the world? And then what are the things that need to be hyper local? And then how do you bring that together? And again, to get tactical, how do you produce it in as efficient of a way as possible, getting to market as fast as possible, as inexpensively as possible? So if we had another hour, I have a really kind of long, complicated answer on how to do that, which is essentially how we do our global campaigns. And it gets down to everything from, how we plan them, how we structure our visual identity, how we cast them, how we handle the translation in each market. There is everyone, at least particularly outside of marketing, who come to us and say, why don't you just run one campaign globally? That's a very simple ask with a very difficult answer to it. So if anyone has figured it out, definitely let me know. I'd love to talk about it, but I've never found an easy answer. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of thought, a lot of stakeholders, a lot of input, and then an imperfect product in the sense that it's not consistent. It's consistent in certain areas, but it is by design also really unique to each market. So it's the hardest, it's the thing I struggle with most, probably in marketing.
Got it. Here's a question, somewhat related to this, from one of the audience members. Does purpose have a role in marketing, the way you think about it for Lenovo?
Yes, 100%. It is, purpose is the most important thing that we have, because in the pandemic, so that's sort of one layer of complexity in a 60,000 person company in 180 markets, in a world where there's polarization in many of those markets, and in a society where there's a lot of divisiveness and chatter, and in a media landscape where it's really hard to break through. The one common is purpose, and that's the thing that holds the company together. That's the thing that holds the brand together, and that's the thing that we all look to as we as marketers within Lenovo are all off in our silos and in our stovepipes, creating our things, trying to be as consistent as possible. The North Star is purpose, and so I think spending the time as marketers and as brand leaders to crack that and to make sure that the CEO, if a reporter said to the CEO, "What's your company's purpose?" that the CEO would give the right answer. That's the goal. It's not that all marketers know it. It's not that it's translates into the line on the ads. It's that that most senior person in the company buys into it and believes it. And whether you call it your purpose or your vision or whatever it is, it's that one guy. It's why you exist as a company. It's why anyone would care if you went out of business. It's why the employees get up in the morning and get out of bed and come in even on the toughest days. So answering that why is really, really critical. And it's the thing that to me cuts through all the rest of the mess that I mentioned and helps to continually let us be aligned in how we go do marketing.
We're very close to wrapping up. I would have actually asked you to elaborate if Lenovo has landed on a clear purpose, but I can tell one thing, Quinn. The way you described at a personal level, how you see media, innovation, technology versus your commercial interests and marketing interests, there seems to be plenty of room for Lenovo to figure out what its North Star really is. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I'll just very quickly say, I mean, it's challenging. It's relatively easy either in a startup, I think, or that's a founder-driven startup, or in a company that is built around a product or an offering that lends itself to a purpose, to get there. You still got to do the work to get there, but it's that's achievable. We're looking at it from a massive engineering-based global technology company that's super rational, super left brain in how we look at the world. And so to try to really get the company aligned around what's considered more of a right brain emotive kind of purpose statement, the answering the why rather than the what and even the how is challenging. We're getting there. It might be a continuous process. We've got a statement. We're using it. We're looking at, do we evolve it and improve it and bring more emotion to it? So it's always a journey, but we've devoted a significant amount of time and energy to it, and it's been worth every second.
Excellent. Cohen, I must tell you, I am so delighted you could join us today. It was so insightful. I'm sure our audience found your commentary and your observations and your perspective on marketing really
That's great.
valuable.
Thanks, Suraj, and thanks for taking the time, and thanks to everyone who listened. I appreciate it. I know it's a Friday and it's busy, so I appreciate you tuning in.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And thank you to our audience. Take care.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Suraj and Quinn. Such an awesome conversation. Really appreciate you guys coming by. So have a great weekend.
Thanks, Jesse. You too.
Fantastic. So we are on to our last session of this week. We've been doing so much content, and now this is our final one. So I am now going to welcome Melissa Grady, the CMO of Cadillac, and moderating her discussion, Lizzie Wildome, the SVP of Ad Innovation and B2B Marketing at SXM Media.
Thanks, Jesse. You're crushing it today. We'll say since we're the end, you've been amazing getting these panels one after the other. So if your team hasn't thanked you yet, you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much. Take it away.
Hi, everybody. Last session. Oh boy, I don't know if we should have a Friday cocktail already. It is a long weekend. Melissa and I are super excited to be here. And I think it's going to be a really fun conversation all about cars and everything that is going on at Cadillac. So I'd like to welcome Melissa Grady Diaz. I don't know. I feel like we need applause for you, Melissa.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I agree. Fun to be here on a Friday before a long weekend. What a good way to start with some fun conversation.
Exactly. And what an amazing time to be at Cadillac. You may have the best job in the automotive space right now. You know, thinking back to CES, we all weren't there together, but Mary, the CEO of GM, announcing so much innovation in and around electric cars, in and around driver capabilities and experience. And so I'd love to start there. You know, you're here for it in this moment, and you get to be at the most innovative brand, even within, I think, the portfolio, right? With Cadillac promising to be ahead of the EV movement, even ahead of the broader GM portion of the company. So kick us off with, you know, everything you announced at CES, and tell everybody about the Lyric, which I think is more of a jewelry box on wheels. So take it away.
Explain why I have the best job in automotive. Absolutely. So yeah, it is a really, really exciting time to be at both Cadillac and GM. GM's vision is 0, 0, 0, 0 crashes, 0 congestion, and of course, 0 emissions. And as we move to that, we are really trying to accelerate not even the industry, but just everyone moving into EV. So it really gives a lot of purpose, going back to the last conversation, it gives a lot of purpose to what we do and to really how we feel every day when we're working. We had a lot of announcements at CES. One of them was the Silverado EV. That's a Chevy product, which will be an EV pickup. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. So I really encourage everyone to go check it out. And then from a Cadillac perspective, we were really talking about autonomous and this very future vision of where we're going, which is, you know, we have something called the iSpace, which is if you start to think about travel, moving into, as we think about autonomous driving, right now, that really means hands-free driving. But where that's moving to is this luxurious pod. I think of it almost like if you think about on an airplane, a first class pod where you're just relaxing, you have movies. This can even get into biometrics, so it can work into scent and temperature to make sure that you're comfortable. And so it becomes, instead of you know, an active journey as you're going longer distances, a really passive experience for you where you can read, you can get work done, you can relax. So really absolutely amazing as we start to look at that future vision. On the road to that, we have the Lyric, which, as you said, is you know, I think a jewelry box on wheels is a great way to describe it. The Lyric is absolutely one of my favorite vehicles that I've ever not even worked on, but seen. I can't wait to get mine. It is Cadillac's first EV, and it's just absolutely beautiful. There's all these little jeweled elements. There's little surprises within. We have the merlettes, are the little ducks that used to be in our crest, and those are hidden throughout the vehicle. But it's absolutely amazing. It's got over 300 miles of range, and is the beginning of the transformation at Cadillac.
Yeah, I know when I was looking at the car, I know, you know, your interiors designer is a female, and I was thinking that the dial looks a lot like a Rolex wristband, that like jeweled dial.
It's definitely like got the jeweled look to it. There's the knurling around it. It's really beautiful.
So you're internal at a big car company. Share with us a little bit more about this cockpit experience and what you guys are forecasting are going to be the new behaviors, because it's an incredible shift to think that the 4 hours plus that people spend, maybe not, you know, this last year, but the 4 hours plus that most Americans spend in their cars. I think we can all think about the tasks that is. It's paying attention and being safe and 2 hands on the wheel and all just more traditional driver behaviors. But when you think about autonomous, and then you think about electric and the planning required for that, And then you think about this beautiful experience with all these screens. What does that look like? And maybe the future is not that far off in terms of this big shift for in-car experience for passengers.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people have heard this said before. There will be more change in the next 5 years of automotive than there has been in the past 50. And a lot of what that looks like, and it's this path to what I was talking about with this autonomous experience, but the in-car experience. And it's sort of like if you think about the evolution of a cell phone and how a cell phone went from a, dial pad and you could talk on the phone to this whole software enabled app universe that allows the phone to be so many other things: entertainment, an exercise tracker. It facilitates our meetings. We could be doing this on our phone. It's this amazing thing that happens once you bring in the software ecosystem. That's what's about to happen on the vehicle. And so as we start to look at what is enabled by being able to download software, by over-the-air updates that are coming, the way that we interact with the cars, the way that we can personalize our vehicles, both before we get them, so that they're ready when we get into them, and then once we have them, you're used to your car, you drive off the lot, and then, there's this saying of like your car was like at its highest value and the best that it'll ever be when you drive it off the lot. That's changing. Our vehicles are going to start getting better and better over time because of us being able to download software and change the experience. So it's pretty amazing once you start to really think through the implications of this.
Yeah, and I think you and I talked in the prep. I have a car that does update over the air, and the car I bought is not the car I have 3 years later. And so as a marketer, to continue to sell a car week over week, month over month, given that reality, and then stay connected to the customers that are your existing drivers, like how does that impact just the basics of how you think about media and creative? Because it's not like, here's the car, here's the brochure, here's the 30-second ad that's going to work for an entire model year even.
Yeah, it's, I think we've already, with vehicles, you think about how do you enhance that ownership experience, because we're not a short cycle purchase, it's a much longer cycle purchase. And so, in automotive for years and years, we've been thinking about owner programs and how do we communicate people and what does that look like. This opens it up to the next level to make it so much more fun. So, whereas your emails before may have started with tips and tricks and then kind of trickled down over time, so you were just part of the family until now your lease is almost up, what are we going to tell you? This is now moving into, in-app, in-vehicle, still emails, but how do you engage with the car? How do we let people know about these fun software drops that are coming? I mean, it's turning it into, it's turning an area of the business that's been a little bit, I love the puns, it's been on autopilot for years, into something that is really exciting and will allow each person to have a unique vehicle that they want. And we get to help enable that. So we think about, how is the app going to evolve? How do we target owners and let them know about this? What's the in-vehicle experience that we're controlling? And it's a whole new world.
But what comes with personalization and, this one-to-one connection creates many a challenge in terms of addressing audiences, understanding who your audience is and who the potential customer base is for this car line and this big evolution. How are you going to leverage data and consumer insights along the way to, make sure you're like showing up in that authentic way to all of this customer base that you need to drive?
Yeah, this is something that has really been core to Cadillac's strategy for quite some time. So we basically, we look at demographics, but we basically threw away demographics a few years ago. We don't target by demographics. So we try to first understand on an individual basis who is our target, and we actually modeled out the whole entire US and did a propensity model. And so now we know who are most likely, I call them our future Cadillac family, like who are those people? And then with that, because we now know who these people are, we can look at how and when and where do we interact with them. The other thing that's really important about that is that we can use that data to have insights about people. And an example is this, which I think it's one of the most fun that I think we really had. And that is, as we went through and analyzed the data, and we used Cadillac owners and modeled out the future owner file from that. And the title that came up the most was president and CEO. And the reason for that is that Cadillac tends to have a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of self-made people, these very driven people, and that comes through in the data. And it's so interesting because then we understand the spirit of an entrepreneur, the spirit of someone who is so self-driven, and that can help us understand how do we interact and what's the right way to have this relationship with both our owners and our future owners.
Yeah, I was looking at the Twitter feed for Cadillac preparing for this and just loving the personalities and entrepreneurs and those, I think you use the tagline, go with audacity or be iconic, and just this, this spirit for you're trying to connect with someone that has that fire about constantly trying to push themselves, and that we know the Cadillac brand has stood for that for a long time. Will you be working through, social? I hate to bring up the metaverse because it's been talked about for the last 4 days, and I don't think we want to go to an NFT space, but there's still a universe in the digital ecosystem that's evolving pretty quickly. And with everything you stand for, knowing that personality type is one to forge ahead into new spaces, how are you going to show up there? And are you, already coming up with plans for that?
Yeah. So I think so many different ways to go with that. I think as far as trying new things and being at the forefront, it's just something that I personally really believe in. I like to always push us to try new things because that's how, when we think about ourselves and how we engage with things, we like to engage with new things. If you think about like digital advertising and banners, if you think about when digital banners first came out, people were really looking at them, clicking on them, interacting with them. Now we have banner blindness, right? So it's a very old school but very relatable example of, same with Facebook. In-feed advertising used to be, when it first came out, you'd look at that and you'd want to interact with it. Now when we look at things, we really have to be doing things very differently. All that going way old school to go way new school, those things, the NFTs, the metaverse, all of that at some point will be something we look back on and say, remember when that was new. So we're definitely going to be in that space. And when I say in that space, more looking at NFTs and what does that mean from a GM and Cadillac perspective. As we look at the metaverse, I think of the metaverse more as how is digital and the web evolving. Things are becoming more immersive. And we find this, we have immersive units that we use in some of our in-market advertising. We've done some AR and VR executions, like at Cadillac Live. We used to have VR in a few of our dealerships. So as you start to look at how are people engaging and how do we make that more immersive, especially, we're all getting very tired of this 2D looking at screens. So how does that all evolve? I think there's so much there. And so what the metaverse means and how that unlocks different things in Web3, et cetera, I think is going to be really interesting over the next year or so. But it's an area where I think we're going to see a lot of fun things, and I'm very excited about.
Yeah, I agree. But you mentioned Cadillac Live, and I apologize. Of course, the gardener is right outside my window with the blower. So that's what happens here in the virtual conference experience. Texting my son, get the gardener. Anyway, Cadillac Live, I would love for you to explain it as we think about retail and retail experiences. And then we cross that over with this personality type you're talking about. I think, a self-made president of their own company has zero time to go into dealership maybe and want to spend an hour and a half researching Cadillac. And so you guys created Cadillac Live. I went through the experience and was super impressed, but tell me about it. Any initial insights or behaviors that you can share about really the future of retail for buying cars?
Yeah, so I think just to explain to anyone who doesn't know what Cadillac Live is, it's almost like a personal auto show. So we have product specialists that are in a showroom. We have all the Cadillac vehicles there. Not the Lyric all the time yet, but we do have a virtual experience that can be there, and it'll pass through a few times before it comes to market. But basically, you dial in, it's a one-way Zoom call, think of it that way. So your camera's off, so you can be in your PJs with your slippers up on your couch, and you're talking to a product specialist who you can see. They move around the vehicle, they can answer any questions. And they can even show you, if you're a golfer, how do your golf clubs fit in the back of an XT4, XT5, XT6, and Escalade? Where does the stroller fit well? It looks like there's a lot of headroom in the third row of the XT6. Let's have the really tall guy get in there and let me see what that looks like. So it's a really, really unique experience because it is like a personal auto show. It is like you're at a dealership with none of the noise around you, and you just have this focus. So it's been really interesting. I think we had this just before the pandemic. And really the purpose of Cadillac Live is to answer all your questions, to help you get to the point so that you can go to the dealership, kind of get your final questions answered, test drive, and then hopefully purchase. We have really seen, what's amazing is we have some sessions that have gone over an hour. People come in and they really talk. On average, it's more like 10 to 15 minutes. So you're not seeing, those longer sessions all the time, but we're really seeing people ask questions, engage, and it's really amazing. I think it's one of many things that we look at as we look at the future of car buying, which is, as you said, a president, a CEO, an entrepreneur doesn't have a lot of time. We know that we have to meet people where they are. It's really the only way that you can create an experience that people love, and that's really what we want to do. So whether that is meeting you in your living room because you have questions about a car, or getting you the right information in a more immersive and fun way so that you understand things, so that we can help you along the sales process, to enabling as much of the sales process online as possible. Maybe you are really busy and you want to have that whole sales process online. Well, we have something called Shop, Click, Drive that's going to allow you to finish that shopping process. And then you can have the dealer come by, you can sign your documents, they'll deliver the car to your home, and you haven't left. So, if that's what you want, or if you'd rather do a little bit online and then go spend a lot of time in the dealership, we want to be where people are. And so it's a really interesting thing of, if the car buying process used to be somewhat linear and consistent, it's very different and unique now.
Yeah, nothing's linear and consistent anymore, right? I know you have a saying within your team about how you're, thinking about how agile you have to be. I think you call it FFA. And I'd love for you to talk just a little bit about your marketer process right now. You think about everything you just described and all this first party data and insight that you now sit on to inform what marketing and media buying really more specifically looks like. So share that with the audience, because I really enjoyed when we talked about it earlier.
Yeah, so FFA is fast, flexible, and agile. The three words as we think about planning right now, we'll put a plan in place, but what the past 2 years have taught us is that the best laid plans aren't necessarily going to come to fruition. So we have to be fast. We need to be able to react to things. We have to be flexible. If you have a very rigid plan, when these changes come at you, you're unable to react to them, and you get stuck. And agile, and what we mean by agile is really, if you think about an agile process, just get something out, see how it sprint, see how people react to it, see how it works, then add on to that, fix it, keep going. So have this agile process so that we're continually and quickly getting better and reacting to consumer feedback. So that's been really, I think, three of the principles that we've had over the past 2 years. Now, when we look at really the planning process, we really focus on knowing our audience. So we've modeled them out, understanding where they are and making sure that we're in those places, and then showing up differently. So how do we not just run a 30-second spot? how do we understand where people are and figure out how we can really connect with them, which is really important. I think it's very easy for us as marketers to lean on a 30-second spot, and we've really got to move more towards connection.
Yeah. So connection, I'd love to spend a little bit of time talking about connection through creative. I know you are deeply passionate about building immersive and creative experiences. Maybe an example or two of that audience insight that led to something really different and sort of not your standard media experience, but that still generated scale, because I also know that, the greatest ideas, if they don't scale, are not going to drive business outcome that you need, to drive for the business. So
I'll tell you about my favorite example of this right now. And the reason it's my favorite example is because I wasn't a believer. But that being said, I think we as marketers always need to listen to the data, and we need to be ready to take risks. So an example of this was, and if any of my team are watching, they'll be laughing. When we were launching the Lyric, one of the things that we saw that indexed really heavily with our Lyric EV audience was culinary. And, I said, great, but I don't understand how we bring that into a vehicle launch. It's not, I just don't understand how we're going to do that. And if we were to do that, I don't understand how we're going to scale it. And I said, got it. So they came back to me with a proposal, and the proposal was to work with some Michelin chefs, the Michelin star chefs, and have them create a several course meal that was inspired by the Lyric, so that in each course, you're talking about the choreography of the headlights, the beauty of the design, the richness of the interior, all this through food. So that being said, to your point about scale, we created an event, and then I said to the team, now how are we really going to get scale out of this? We've done some work previously with 60-second documentaries. We created 60-second documentaries around this experience. And there's a few things. The event itself, which we had in LA with these chefs, got picked up and was on TV. It was on People magazine. So we really got a lot of scale and just visibility of the vehicle that way. But then these 60-second documentaries, which are, minute long, and you really get to engage with the chefs and hear about the vehicle, those have gotten millions of views. In fact, over 10 million, close to over 15 million views. And so when we look at that, it's something that's going to, if you're interested in these chefs, if you're interested in a culinary event, you're now learning about the vehicle in your language. Because of course, we're always going to have the automotive language and the automotive things, but doing things like that really creates connection. And I was really proud of the end execution and of everyone that worked on it, because I think, they took a really interesting insight and they made it into something that was really unique and created unique connections.
Yeah, I'm looking at the questions here. Lisa had a question that I think is a good follow-up to this, which is, if we go back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the session around just the EV time that we're in for your brand. And when you think about the types of Americans that are really climate obsessed and very much value doing good and trying to be a part of reversing the environmental impact of, where we are today, how will you consider that customer type, or, that customer type into, this exact same example, like the chef? Okay, that was great. But now you've got this added business goal that you're trying to drive against an audience that's really specific about their beliefs.
Yeah, I think, that becomes, there's a few things there. I think overall at GM, we're really working on almost being the company version of that person. We're sustainability obsessed. We're figuring out, honestly, how do we accelerate EV? When we look at sustainability from our plant's perspective, and we're already well ahead of schedule on renewable energy and making sure that we're in a good place there. When we look at all that from a corporate perspective, we're driving towards that. And those people who are climate obsessed, or who that's really important to, they are going to know those kinds of things. As Cadillac, we're trying to make sure that we get that information out. I think, if you look at, and I've been paying a lot of attention to the ads lately for sustainability, you're seeing a greater and greater proportion of ads that talk about the company's sustainability promises, goals, et cetera. And I think, it's sort of like a spectrum almost of where you are on it. And we're all going to, as a society, we're moving towards that. I think that by being EV and by using more sustainable materials and driving towards that, it's just a matter of communicating that. But it's really underlying at this point everything that we do. And I think as a society, you're just starting to see that more and more.
Yeah. Will, much of that diversity of storytelling show up with diversity of media mix? I mean, traditionally you see a lot of car ads in the video space. I come from the audio space. Curious about how you think you'll show up. Again, we talked a little bit about the metaverse, but just in places beyond video, which is traditionally where you see the bulk of car investment for obvious reasons of seeing the car do its thing.
I think the visual aspect of the car is very important. So, I think we look at how can we use video, we go back to the word immersive, all of those things. I think there's also, we as a brand have been looking at podcasting and other audio formats where we can tell our story a little bit more, because that's the thing about when you move beyond video, you do sometimes have, because attention tends to be longer, I think sometimes on audio when you're in that type of format. So it allows us to tell stories more, but we really are, I'm trying to follow the consumers here. So I'm always trying to learn how are people are consuming more and more media, and TV viewership's going down. So people are sort of dispersing their attention, and I want to be where they are, and I want to be interacting with them and telling them what they want to hear and how they want to hear it.
Yeah, and you've used influencers in the past, or authentic voices. We think about there's influencers in the audio space, the video space, the social space. When it comes to ideating with a third party like an influencer, have you seen best practices there? You've done great work, again, posting to Twitter and other communities. But what is the power of that third party validation that drives such a deep connection, but can create such fractured connections across a overarching media plan? So help me understand what's successful there. What challenges have you run into? Where is that headed for you?
I think, when you look at sort of influencers, celebrities, any type of partnership there, for us, the key, and when we see the most success, is when there's a real authentic connection. And I think, to go back to, for us, for a huge example of this is with Regina King. And we, moving in just before the pandemic, had rewritten our brand manifesto. And it was really talking about the Cadillac insight about this driven person who reaches a goal and then sort of says, what's next for me? How do I get better? How do I keep evolving? And after we wrote that manifesto, it was shared with Regina King, who said, wow, this is really my story. And we engaged with her in the Oscars of 2020 for the first time. And she told her story and wove in what Cadillac meant to her, and how there was the similarities between us, really. And it was so powerful, because it was, and authentic is such an overused word, but really when something is true, when you're tapping into a truth, when you're tapping into a truth about yourself, when you're tapping into a truth about the brand, about society, that's when there's real power. And so I think, that's one example, but there's many of where, something else that we did recently with RZA, and we have AKG, which is very high end audio in our vehicles. So Escalade was launching our AKG partnership, as we worked with RZA, who has a huge history with AKG, but just his, obviously, he's a brilliant, passionate person with a true passion for amazing audio. And so that, again, that truth about him and our vehicle and the authenticity, those are the times when the things that we do, I think, are really powerful. And so, there's, examples across the spectrum, but I think that's really the key to it. Now, it does create some, that can't be your media plan. That just needs to be part of like the conversation that you're having. But that's not going to be there's still so many other things and jobs that we have to be done with media.
Yeah, I want to get to a little bit of that, which is the job of media. You've complimented your team on this call. We know it's been a tricky 2 years for many leaders out there to maintain connection to your team, be helping them through this life experience we're all going through, and then be meeting the audience where they are as a brand. So can we switch gears a little bit to talk about your leadership style, how you're organizing your team, what 22 looks like in terms of the team you're standing up to deliver on these really audacious goals for the brand?
I think, our team, we really focus a lot on how to be forward thinkers, how to be first, how to do things differently, because I think that's when we really break through. My team, just the team structure, we have a brand strategy and research group who really help us look at what is the consumer insight and what do we need to be looking at 2 years out, what's forward thinking for us. And they also manage our global. Then we have a product and content group, and they really look at what are the products we're bringing to market? How are we bringing them to market? What are the key important things that we need to be messaging? And what is really the marketing plan around that? Then we have a channel activation team, and that team is all about anywhere where we're interacting with customers, whether that is on TV, whether that is in digital media, on our own sites, CRM, the whole gambit. And the reason that I have that on one team, and we have an audience person, is that we want to be managing the conversation across. So if you're someone who's interacted with us, who's interested in a vehicle, we want to be personalizing that content, whether it's out on the web or it's on our website or it's in the emails you receive. So that team all works together. And then we have a branding and consumer experience team who really looks at how does our brand show up? What does that look like? What does that feel like? We just went through a whole new Vis ID last year and brand purpose. And so that team is really bringing that to life. So I think, as we look at 2022, we're transitioning. We're going to have our first EVs on the road. It's a really exciting time. And so, I've said before, I really think the biggest part of Cadillac's an amazing brand. And the more that I've gotten into it and the longer that I've been here and understand, this year we turn 120 years old, and we have this history of innovation and really having, standard of the world. It's an amazing history. And so I feel like my job is to unfold that story for everyone else so they understand it the way that me and my team do. And so I think that's, with those people, that's what we're doing this year. And we're really when I look at Cadillac EV and I've seen the products of the future, I am so excited about where this brand is going.
Ooh, I want you to share the things that you're not supposed to share, but I won't put you on the spot. Talking about, audiences and the customer, and thank you for going through how you organize your team, but it sounds like you're at your best when you have the data and the insight that matters to inform all of the future planning. And we know in this environment that it's harder and harder to have that quality and scale of data with the ever-evolving landscape around signals to understand who customers are, understand their identity and their behaviors. How are you evolving just your analytics and data strategy to keep pace with the market, and what partners maybe are really, really working for you?
Yeah, I was going to say, partners for us are key on this one. So when we look at it, we have, the owner data and the people who've interacted with us, we have that data. And I think, we've had a very solid strategy for years on that. As we look at cookie deprecation and how are we going to evolve into that, we've worked very closely with our agency, Kara. They have a platform called M1, And within that, that's where we did our modeling of the whole US. They have the entire US on this platform, stripped from PII, with a lot of information and a lot of direct connections so that we don't need to rely on cookies anymore. So we can define our audience there, and we don't need to rely on a lot of other partners, both from a, like cookies and finding our audience, and also from protecting information, so by having sort of a safe room that we start in, and then going out and finding our audience that way, I think it's really set us up for the future. That's not to say that we're there or that it's going to be easy. And I think, as we've taken away a lot of the cookie data that we had, measurement is the area that's become harder. I think, I'm someone who loves data and statistics, and I was so passionate about multi-touch attribution for years, and it's really just, it needs to be different now in how we approach that. So I think looking at measurement, cross-channel measurement, and how we understand how audiences are reacting, that's the thing that I think I'm really trying to solve. You almost go back to more of a modeled, if MTA was actual transactions and Bayesian statistics laid on that, we're almost going back to a more modeled version of that to understand, because now you're working with a few different partners in safe rooms and trying to model that back in. So I think that's been more of the question, as we start to look at data strategy and analytics.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, as you give a great example about how you're looking at the American population and understanding them for the future, but then there's the customer really understanding that they own their data. And we know that's an evolving space. What do you forecast to be the way a brand plays a role direct to consumer, to value exchange against that data? Because the more information you get from them, you've given 5 or 6 examples here, you can stand up the best connection and the best way Cadillac can show up in that customer's life. And I know that goes beyond what probably sits in the M1 data set today.
For sure. And I think this is something, as I look at the trends that I see, the things that I hear, I'm going to go off course from what you just said to bring it back, which is there's a lot of talk now about subscription fatigue. And you really are starting to have people, how many subscriptions do I have? What am I paying for? What am I getting for that? And I think people are starting to realize why they used to like TV way back in the 50s, newspapers, those were really always supported by advertising. And as we've gotten into more modern times, we forget that advertising is supporting the content that we want. And what I think is going to happen is that people are going to start to understand that their data becomes a currency. So instead of, paying for however many subscriptions, if different partners will give you access to content, whether that's movies and TV shows, or that's online news or whatever it is, I think there's going to be places where people are going to start thinking not, how do I protect all my data? I don't want anyone to have it, but who are the people that I trust? And what am I getting in return for it? So I really think as that type of thing evolves, as a brand, it'll give us a lot of opportunities because people will be opting in to hearing about things, to interacting. And it'll also be, the onus will be on us at that point to make sure that it's interesting enough that people do want to engage, or they do want to exchange their data, or they do want to, say, hey, here's who I am, Cadillac. I want you to know through whoever.
Yeah, Trevor made a comment in the chat saying storytelling is key. And I think that resonates with the scenario you're painting, which is, yes, we need to make advertising great again so that it, not to say it's not great everywhere or terrible everywhere, I should say, but that it really does complement the why we pick up the newspaper, the why we tune in to watch a great movie, and that the advertising feels like a natural, partner to that content and not something so disruptive and so annoying. And gosh, I'd rather just go back to the subscription experience. So how are you thinking about creative for Cadillac in that environment where, yes, I totally believe you that this is going to shift back. We'll see more scaled audiences back in ad supported models, but Cadillac will have to show up in a really specific and special way.
Yeah, and I think it'll depend on where we are and what we're doing. But I think to go back to the example of Lyric and Electric Kitchen, we need to be contextually relevant. And we need to be interesting. So how do we make sure that we have content that people want to interact with? Like, if you're watching the Food Network, do we then have our 60-second documentary because you're going to know who Chef Nikki is? Or if you are watching The Voice or something else that might be more music related, then are we looking at the RZA content? Or are there integrations into some of these things? And I think that's, some of the things that we're really trying to look at is what are some meaningful integrations where we can show up. I think, one of my personal favorite examples of this was, it was in October of 2020. So like we were still prime pandemic, but really starting to get kind of tired of things. And it was really getting hard to not see family, et cetera. And James Blake was coming out with a new single. He's a Grammy award-winning artist. And we were just launching the Escalade. And we did something where it was honestly in the moment, it was really powerful and emotional. We had people who were his biggest fans. They thought that they were going to get to hear his new song in the Escalade because the Escalade has this amazing, AKG sound system it just envelops you. It's absolutely amazing. But what we actually did was we drove them to this airplane hangar, and they had a private concert with James Blake in a very socially distanced. Everyone was in their own pod, socially distanced and safe, but they got to have a moment that was something not only just amazing, because this is one of your favorite artists, but in that moment of being stuck at home, in that moment of just wanting to go out and see a concert or see live music or whatever. So I think figuring out what is the James Blake concert, the RZA, all of these things that we've talked about, what is that for each of these? And how do we really make sure that we're doing powerful things as a brand? That's going to be how we're going to really engage with people.
Yeah, and yet those connections, and Chris Pace has a question that I'm going to kind of tie in here from our Q&A. Cadillac and GM specifically have had a history of these surprise and delight moments, dropping cars off at people's houses, funding road trips, bringing James Blake to them. But scaling it obviously matters so much, again, to drive that experience. So is that a model that's here to stay? I mean, you've given a bunch of examples about it, but I guess I still question, how do you buy media against that?
Yeah, and so, we're really starting to think about, there's a few things, right? Like there's the basic automotive in market. We've got this machine running. You're looking for a vehicle. How do we make sure you have all the information you want? Then there's your more traditional media plan. And if that used to be this much of the budget, now it's like this much. And we're working with traditional media. And then we're really looking at how do you create connections at scale? What are the different ways that we can do that? And, we're going to try a lot of things. Sometimes we're going to succeed. Sometimes we're going to fail, but we can't keep using the old model because no one is reacting to that anymore. It's just getting harder and harder. So I think, the future is really figuring out those ways. And we're always open to trying new things, because I think, if you think about your own experience with brands and when it's meaningful and when you care about what you're watching and when you just want to hit skip, it's really important that we get this right.
Yeah. Well, as we reach the end of our talk, I do want to spend a little bit of time on just what keeps you up at night and what, is scaring you the most in your job right now.
Yeah, I think, being able to move fast enough, really. Things change really fast. I think, we just, how fast can we move? And I don't want to miss something big that's happening. I think there's so much to be capitalized on when you're kind of a first mover on things. And as we look at both from a media perspective and, driving to EV, which is a huge focus for Cadillac.
Yeah, and how do you keep your talent at that pace?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to scan really quick the chat and questions if anyone wants to throw something last minute in. But
I see a comment about don't let experiential go the way of the manual transmission. And I have to give like a little shout out to our Blackwing vehicles, which are some of the last of the manual transmission. So I'd say with experiential, we're trying to make sure that we build experiential for the future and don't just throw away what works or what's amazing.
Exactly. And what everybody really wants to know is the lyric, how to get a lyric list is closed. No more room on the wait list. I mean, how big is this production cycle going to be? I know it's referenced as 2022, which means what, sort of end of this year?
So there will be vehicles that will, within a few months, we're going to start having vehicles that are built and you'll start seeing them on the road. Stay tuned. We're working on the list, but I think, also go talk to a Cadillac dealer because they can definitely help you with how to get into the next round. The debut edition is sold out, but there will be many more opportunities.
Well, it's an incredible car and congratulations. Everyone's saying that it's going to beat the Tesla X and that it's got much more dreamy experiences in it. And so I'm in California, and that's a big thing because this neighborhood and most of California is Tesla X territory. So I think we'll see a lot of Cadillacs, specifically the Lyriq, on the road here in LA.
I'm looking forward to that.
I know. Thank you, everybody. I don't know if Jesse, if you're going to jump back on, but I know it's the end. So we made it.
Yes, we did. Thank you so much. That was an incredible conversation. Really appreciate you two taking the time.
Yes. And thank you so much, Melissa. Your East Coast time. It's late. It's Friday. I hope this is the last thing you're doing today.
It's not the last thing I'm doing today, but it was really, really fun. And I really appreciate everyone tuning in. And thanks, Lizzie. Great conversation.
Thanks so much, y'all. Have a great weekend, and we'll hope to have you both back soon. Bye-bye. All right. That would mean that we have reached the end of our week. We've had 4 days of incredible programming. I want to thank all of our moderators and guests. It's been an incredible 4 days. I feel honored to wrap this up. Please tune in on Tuesday, January 18th. We'll be running our Evolution of Retail and Commerce Summit, going along with NRF. It's going to be an incredible day. We have speakers all across retail. It's going to be incredible. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this week, and we hope to see you soon.